So for the members of the public, we're going to gavel in here soon. We're just waiting for, it's a busy day in other committees, so we have several of our members are in other committees submitting their testimony, and then the senator that we're waiting for is engaged in a hearing as well. So we're going to get underway relatively soon here, but thank you for your patience. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. We have 9 bills on the docket, and we're going to start off with Senator Attar with Senate Bill 877. Senator Attar, welcome.
Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members. For the record, Senator Dalia Attar here on behalf of Senate Bill 877. In 2024, we passed legislation that would create a stop sign pilot monitoring program, specifically in Prince George's County and in the city of Tacoma Park. Last session, we passed legislation that would include 2 districts from Baltimore City in that pilot program. It did not include Legislative District 41, which is the district that I represent. The Mount Washington community, which is within my district, they've been having a lot of car accidents and concerns about intersections in school zones. And after long discussions, we've decided that we want to include the Mount Washington community within this pilot program to see if that helps with the situation. So all this bill would do is add Mount Washington Improvement Association and the surrounding communities within this legislation and this pilot program. And with that, I ask for a favorable report.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator Attar. Questions from the committee? Senator West has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I like the bill, but the prior years, it was easily defined. The areas in which these stop signs monitoring programs were easily defined. It was Prince George's County. It was the city of Tacoma Park, which presumably has boundaries. It was the 45th and 46th legislative districts. In this case, it's just the Mount Washington neighborhood. How do we determine what are the boundaries of the Mount Washington neighborhood?
So that's a great question. And in discussions with DLS when drafting this bill, the city of Baltimore, they do have maps that draws out different communities. So it would be based around what the city considers the Mount Washington neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess. I could see someone challenging the ticket that they would receive, saying, "I really wasn't in Mount Washington."
Well, I can tell you that this would need city approval before they can't just go and put it up without it. This gives the city authority to do it. So when the city goes ahead and puts it there, they will make sure that it's within those boundaries. It's not like anyone's just going to go put it up and then we can argue, well, that's not in Mount Washington. It would actually go right next to the Mount Washington school.
Yeah, I see your point. So it's the city that would be erecting the monitoring, and they wouldn't put it in any area other than the Mount Washington.
Yeah, and it has to be also only near a school as well. So it would actually go right near their school.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator, for bringing the bill. I see that the bill mandates 50% of the fines be collected from the violations in the Mount Washington neighborhood be distributed to the local management boards. How do you envision these funds being tracked, making sure that the right percentage are going where they need to?
So that's a good question. Number one, because when I was first going to add the Mount Washington neighborhood, I was looking into what we should do with the funds, and then I realized that it's already in law with all the other jurisdictions, so we're going to keep it as is. I don't know how it's been tracked up until now, but this pilot program has been in effect now for 2 years, so I'm sure we can get that information because it has been in effect. And like I said, last year we added 2 Baltimore City jurisdictions as well, so I can look into that, but I don't know how they're doing it as of yet.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Oh, apologies, sorry, you said the magic word, school zone, so I know that perked up with Senator Sidnor. Senator Sidnor has a question. I saw the light go on.
No, you did mention school zone, so he's right. But I'm curious, just in going through the legislation, where does it say that it has to be located near a school?
It says it in, hold on, let me pull it out. All right. You know what? It definitely is in here because I know I was discussing this with them, but I don't see.
You see it?
Here, it's under CI. It says on highways located in a school zone maintained by a local jurisdiction, and it has to be authorized by the local jurisdiction.
Which page are you on and which line?
I'm on page 4, line 1 of the original bill.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much, Senator. Seeing no further questions.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
With that will conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 877. I see that Senator Mounts is here, so we're going to go on to Senate Bill 914. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. I also have a one witness panel. Is that okay? Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, distinguished members, it's an honor to be here today to present Senate Bill 914. Senate Bill 914 proposes amending Section 21-901.3 of the Transportation Article to explicitly exclude individuals riding motorcycles from the legal definition of vulnerable individual. Current law defines vulnerable individuals to include pedestrians, bicyclists, farm tractor operators, and motorcycle riders. What stands out in this list is that motorcycle riders are insured, licensed, and registered in the state. The others are not. MDOT recognizes a vulnerable road user as someone walking, cycling, or rolling. No mention of motorcyclists. Additionally, there's no mention of motorcyclists as vulnerable in the federal definition, nor in the District of Columbia and 35 additional states. I appreciate your consideration of Senate Bill 914 and humbly request your favorable report. Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith and members of the JPR Committee. I'm Ken Eaton. I'm the Executive Director of A Beta Maryland. Most of you have seen us here before. We've been here quite a few times. We view this as a clarity and consistency item. For 20-some years, we worked trying to get motorcyclists and actually other motorists protected if someone violated the right-of-way or caused the death or serious injury of another. And in 2021, the vulnerable road individuals definition was passed in that bill. And we were okay with that at the time because nothing else really protected us. But last year, the Sergeant Kep Act passed and changed the penalty from negligent driving to a must appear type of a situation. So now we're covered under that, and we really don't feel like we need to be classified as vulnerable individuals on the roadway, given the rest of the items in the category are non-motorists. So as Johnny said, 35 other states don't use the definition, including motorcyclists, and DOT doesn't use it in their planning documents. And we really feel, again, that just to be consistent with state, federal, and regional definitions, that we'd like to take motorists off the definition. So we respectfully request a favorable report on SB 914. Thank you.
Excellent. Questions from the committee? So, Senator James has a question.
Just quickly, either one of you, good to see you, Senator. Do you know why they were they were ever included in this category that, like you say, every other, and identified vulnerable was, somebody that was not on a vehicle.
Yeah,
Do you know what the history is?
I believe Mr. Eaton, he can explain how that kind of evolved in the statute.
Yeah, just quickly, I just wanted to know.
From at least 2003, ABET has been involved in trying to get some right-of-way protection for motorcyclists. If you violate the right-of-way of a motorcyclist, causes the injury or death of another, we wanted it to at least be a must-appear ticket. And when the Sergeant Kept Act passed last year,
Right.
that fixed that. And in 2021, when the vulnerable individuals bill came along, it was kind of a stopgap measure for us. It included us in there, and we really didn't have an objection to it because it protected us.
Right.
But we really don't feel like we fit the definition with the rest of the
I get why
category.
you don't want it in. I don't know why somebody put you in, but if you don't know, it's fine. I was just curious about what the history was. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, hey, Ken, Senator, may I have a question for Ken, please?
Yep.
Thank you. So I'm obviously supportive of motorcycle rights and those types of stuff, but my only question is, are we any concerned that this might reduce the legal responsibility of any of the drivers?
No. To the best of my knowledge, the vulnerable individuals bill just increased penalties for those that were defined under vulnerable individuals. And now that the negligent driving Sergeant Kept Act passed last year, we're protected under that.
Okay, all right, I just concerned. Thank you.
Well, look, so we have, all right, so you all come in, testify against the requirement to wear a helmet. We pass the Sergeant Kept Act, which protects you, must appear if something happens. And then this is, as you mentioned correctly, is a civil citation for someone who violates this statute, and up to 150 hours of community service. So these are all meant to protect you, but you are advocating to remove a layer of protection. It's a civil citation, but it's still a protection. I'm trying to understand it.
Like I said, since the Sergeant Kept Act went into effect, now there's the potential for jail time and a penalty under the negligent driving. So if you cause the death or injury of another, you fall under that.
Just another layer of protection, then. Okay. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you both very much. Thank you. All right, let me keep taking
Sir?
All right, thank you. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 914. While we wait, some of our senators that are off committee, Senator West, I know you have a shorter witness list. Are you prepared to go? Sure. Excellent. All right, so we'll go with Senator West with Senate Bill 936.
Let's see. Can I invite my panel up to the extent I have a panel? There we go. Thanks. So, Mr. Chair, I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 936. This is my final bill in judicial proceedings. I expected to hear applause, not groans. For this occasion, I'm honored that our committee chair and our vice chair are co-sponsoring this bill with me. The bill updates and strengthens Maryland's vehicle laws relating to bus obstruction monitoring systems to include enforcement of bus stop zones. Currently, based on a 2024 law, local institutions and transit agencies have the option to operate bus-mounted automated systems to enforce parking restrictions in dedicated bus lanes. That law also permits enforcement of bus stop illegal parking, but only in bus stops adjacent to dedicated bus lanes. In the real world, that means that very few bus stops across the state may be protected against illegal parking because there are very few dedicated bus lanes. It's hard to calculate, but it's likely that less than 1% of the state's bus stops are protected under the current law. The existing statute renders the vast majority of the system open to parking in bus stops, leaving bus passengers, including many disabled and senior passengers, at risk of being able to board or exit a bus safely. This committee has heard testimony in previous years from disability advocates about the dangers of illegal parking in bus stops. When a bus is blocked by illegal parking and cannot pull up to the curb, the bus must board or accept riders in the street, where the gap between the bus and the street surface is significant, making it particularly difficult and dangerous for disabled and senior riders to get on and off the bus. Wheelchair users in particular may choose not to board because of fear that the wheelchair ramp may tip backwards on a steeper boarding ramp. In D.C., after WMATA implemented bus stop enforcement on routes, those routes saw a 10% increase in wheelchair deployments from buses. So this bill updates the law to replace references to a bus lane monitoring system with a bus obstruction monitoring system throughout the statute. And it establishes clear rules for enforcement in bus stop zones when transit vehicles are present. Most importantly, it prohibits stopping, standing, or parking a vehicle in a bus stop zone when a transit vehicle is present. Now, there are two exceptions to the general rule. First, a vehicle can stop in a bus stop zone if the driver has been authorized to stop, stand, or park there. And then secondly, a vehicle can stop in a bus stop zone if the driver is actively loading or unloading passengers, in which case the vehicle's hazard lights must be on. In this way, the bill provides clear expectations for motorists and improves safety for transit workers and pedestrians. Now, I noticed there are a couple of testimonies that have been filed today suggesting they support the bill, but they'd like some amendments. The amendments I think that they want all relate to these two exceptions. And I'm told that the advocates are more than happy to sit down with the people who want the amendments and to work with them to try to come up with a bill that everybody can agree on. So with that, I appreciate the committee's consideration of this bill, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. In the meantime, we have one panel witness, and I think we'll probably have a couple of people who want to support the bill, but with those exceptions. Thank you.
Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Reem Raef. I work in the Government Relations Office at the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, or WMATA, and I'm here to urge this committee's support for SB 936, which facilitates bus service that is both fast and safe by enabling camera enforcement of bus stop zones, or the curbside area immediately surrounding bus stops, in addition to bus lanes. We know that camera enforcement of bus lanes and bus stop zones does work to support fast bus service. 3 years of experience in DC tells us that. We also know that bus stops are constantly obstructed by drivers in Maryland, and we have good data on this too, included in my written testimony. At WMATA, we operate bus service, so of course we care about speed and reliability, but safety is a core principle undergirding service excellence. So I really want to emphasize how bus stop zone enforcement supports safety for our customers. Each time a bus stop is obstructed by a driver as a bus approaches, a number of unsafe scenarios unfold. One, the bus blocks a travel lane to pick up and drop off customers, and drivers behave erratically and make traffic worse. Two, bus customers are forced to walk into the street to access the curb or board the bus. Imagine the hazard this presents for someone pushing a stroller, a person in a motorized wheelchair, a person with a vision impairment, or a child. And third, operators can't deploy the ADA ramp connecting the bus to the curb. Again, imagine being in a motorized wheelchair trying to get off the bus without a ramp. When the bus can't get to the curbside, it becomes a non-option for the people who need it most, people who cannot drive, who choose not to drive, or for whom it is not safe to drive. Also that someone can save a few minutes or a few seconds. Good policy discourages abuse of public space, especially when it precludes others from the intended use of that space, and SB 936 is one such policy. It unlocks the full benefits of Maryland's investments in bus infrastructure and makes bus transportation a great option for all Marylanders, not just those who are willing and able to walk into traffic to ride the bus. I urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator West, thank you for this bill. It is a good bill.
Thank you.
And because it's your last bill, I'm sure that everybody wants to be a co-sponsor. And it'd be
happy to add you as a co-sponsor.
one of the few, if any, bills that the whole committee co-sponsored with you. And that's, I think we would want to do that.
Let's rename it the.
This is suddenly awkward. I was going to be one favorite.
That's right. That's right. And we can do that because we're the Senate. We can do whatever we want. So, yeah, sure.
Put your name in it.
Senator Bolden and Senator McCain.
So after such wonderful enthusiasm from my good friend here from Prince George's County, my unfavorable motion seems out of line. So I will
Hit me with it.
I will ask you, I see that you added in the vehicle has warning lights for unloading and loading, as well as I would assume that would provision would be for like Uber Eats or those type of delivery drivers as well, like unloading or deliveries.
It says unloading of passengers. It really does not say unloading of.
I think that was the issue we had. One of the issues that was expressed last year was that we have this service that people are out of their car quickly. They go and make a delivery, they drop it off, they come back, and the next thing you know, they've got a significant violation on their hands because of that in the process of their work.
Yeah, I know the advocates are willing to work with people who are suggesting amendments. So let's talk with them about the Uber kind of situation. What I think they were trying to get at here is somebody stops to unload passengers and they weren't aware that the bus is coming up the road, and the bus, they don't want to be in violation because they're unloading a passenger. So they put their blinkers on, they're unloading the passenger, and they can stop in the bus zone for that purpose. Going off to deliver stuff could be a longer than a mere transitory stop, which unloading passengers would be. So I guess we'd have to put some limit as to how long someone doing an Uber stop could stop.
Right. And I guess that would work as well as the interconnectivity of the bus monitoring. Like, are they going to know how long it was there? Things like that. If one bus goes by, is there another bus that's going to pick up on that? But that's for a different discussion. I don't want to belabor that.
Yeah.
The last thing I have is bus stop zones. Has that been defined? Did that ever get clearly defined? Because I know that's a point of concern.
Yes, that was one of the suggestions made by the advocates, and we're happy to work with them to come up with
So we don't have an amendment yet for that?
No, and it's not in the bill. So we can work on an amendment to clarify what a bus stop zone is.
Appears my move unfavorable was good.
Good, okay. The concern is, at least from my own experience, is I need to have a sign to know where the bus stop zone is. If there's no sign, then I don't know where I can park and where I can't park, where I can stop and where I can't stop. One of the advocates, the suggested amendments is we don't need signs, and I'm not sure I agree with that. I think you do need a sign.
Well, I think, usually in vehicle law, traffic law, it's required to be placarded and painted on a surface, like handicap. It's got to have a sign, and it's got to be painted with the blue square.
Yeah.
So that would be where you should probably start from, because I know a lot of the bus lanes in the city especially are already painted a color, so the signage wouldn't be that difficult. But I'm not a huge fan of Big Brother and government with cameras, so I'd rather work and try to mitigate these potential issues and things from a legal standpoint, rather than, because according to him, it's going to move unanimously except for me. So thank you.
Yeah, you work on him. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for bringing the bill.
Sure.
On behalf of somebody who sits to the right from me, but not politically, she sits to the left of me, this question is not from her, but in the vein in which she would ask. So the bill in Section 4-321 of the General Provisions Article to deny public inspection of the recorded images that these systems will allow for retention of the evidence of a violation up to 6 months or 60 days after final disposition.
I'm looking, on what page of the bill were we looking at here?
I don't have the page.
It says
Just know it's Section
4-321.
4-321.
In my bill, it's on page 3, and it's just 4 lines.
Okay.
And the only change was by changing the term bus lane monitoring system to bus obstruction monitoring system.
Okay. Well,
When I went through the bill, I couldn't find any substantive changes to the bill except on page 4 of the bill.
Okay. Okay.
All the other changes are just changing this term bus lane monitoring
All right,
system to bus obstruction.
Then my answer, my question is moot. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Looking at page 4, lines 9, I have 2 questions.
Sure.
One, dealing with transit vehicle is present. I'm assuming one can only violate this statute if the bus is coming, so I can pull over and do all this stuff in a bus stop zone
It would have to
up
be
until the
present.
time, and I would not be violating any law until, oh my goodness, I didn't know what time it was. Here comes the bus.
Exactly.
Now I violated the law.
So you can't park if the bus is present, but if the bus is not there, you could stop briefly you could stop if you're authorized to stop. That's the one exception. And the second exception is you can stop to load and unload passengers if you put your blinker on.
And going back to this definition of a bus stop zone, from what I can recall, if you have a vehicle, you shouldn't be stopping where you see a designated bus stop, and you can see something in the street where the buses generally are pulling up. So is that what you're considering to be the bus stop zone?
Typically, the ones that I'm familiar with are at the end of the block. There's a long block, and at the end of the block, there's signs that says bus zone or bus stop zone. And I don't park in the bus stop zone. I park elsewhere along the curb, but not in that bus stop zone. If there's no place else
So
to
you're
discharge.
talking about where that concrete
Yeah.
slab is, that's what would be a
And
bus
that's why I
stop
say there are
zone.
always signs, so it's pretty clear to me where the bus stop zone is. I would think the signage would be required. If we're going to define the term bus stop zone, we ought to have signage so ordinary drivers know exactly where the zone is.
Which is essentially just the bus stop sign that we see.
Precisely, exactly.
Okay. And again, I'm just helping work through, since there is no definition, what the intent is.
Yeah, that's the intent, and if we want to add the definition, I'm happy to do it. And I suspect the advocates will be just as happy, because I'll tell them to do it.
And I think I don't think anybody else is asking the question, so I have a hypothetical for you.
Okay.
Say I have a vehicle, and I'm driving, and I run out of gas, and I pull into one of these bus stop zones. I can't move my vehicle anymore. The bus comes now behind my vehicle. I am obstructing the bus stop zone. Under this bill, if the law enforcement came, would I be cited for stopping in a bus stop zone, although my vehicle can no longer move?
Probably. And the answer is, if you're running out of gas, don't pull into a bus stop zone. Stop your car someplace else outside the bus stop zone.
I can't move. It just stopped right there. Thank you. Maybe.
Thank you. This sounds like a law school hypothetical. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Never thought you'd get that many questions on this one. All right. Seeing there are no further questions, thank you very much, Senator.
I just finished by saying sayonara.
All right. With that, that will conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 936. Well, now I see Senator McCray is here. We're going to move on to Senate Bill 698. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Corey McCray, Senator for the 45th Legislative District. Simply here on behalf of Senate Bill 698. Senate Bill 698, Mr. Chair, was partnered with my colleague over in the House, Delegate Edith Patterson, who has been working on this issue for many years. It's simply saying that if snow comes down, ice comes down, we have to make sure that we clean off our car. While there are provisions that currently exist that basically say that nothing should impede or obstruct the vision of driving, this makes it clear in reference to what does that mean, where it should not be at. It also sets some level of a fine schedule. It takes a look at what does commercial vehicles that are towed, how that should be moved. Mr. Chair, I would like to acknowledge that there is an amendment that came from the House sponsor. It takes in consideration in reference to occupational safety. So the folks that may be towing these vehicles and making sure that they're still safe in doing so. And I say that in saying that it just passed out of the House 127-0 today.
All right.
With the amendments.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. We have a few people signed up to support your bill. We've got John Seng, we've got Regina Ali, and then Louis Campion.
I know Louis Campion texted me today, but I ain't had no time to check my text messages.
Oh, you know, you're grinding.
Okay. How are you doing?
Right. So you can go ahead and present, and then we'll take questions of the panel after everyone is presented.
Okay.
Excellent.
Please.
Do you want to go, John? You want to go? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Regina Ali, Public and Government Affairs Manager for AAA, here in support of Senate Bill 698. While most drivers typically do clear their windshield and back window for visibility when we get snow and ice, unfortunately and all too often, they do not clear the top of the roof, the trunk. See Senator Muse shaking his head. You've seen it. You've been on the road and seen the snow blowing into your car. So Senate Bill 698 strives to change this dangerous behavior, simply requiring drivers to make reasonable efforts to remove from exposed vehicle surfaces accumulated snow and ice. The bill certainly goes a little ways to hold drivers accountable who fail to remove the snow. And of course, we know at highway speeds, even a small sheet of ice can become a dangerous projectile. With the snow and ice storm that we saw in January here across the state, there were 2 incidents that were reported by news outlets where drivers and or their passengers were injured as a result of ice falling into their vehicles. In Harford County, 2 people were injured when their car's windshield was shattered by ice, causing the driver to lose control on the Tidings Bridge on I-95. And in Anne Arundel County, the windshield of a deputy's police car was smashed when ice struck it, requiring the deputy to be hospitalized with minor injuries. AAA believes that Senate Bill 698 will reduce serious crashes caused by snow or ice becoming dislodged from motor vehicles and will save lives, protecting drivers and all road users. As a matter of safety, courtesy, and common sense, AAA respectfully requests a favorable report for Senate Bill 698. And I would like to also mention that my colleague Louis Campion, on behalf of Maryland Motor Truck Association, is tied up in another hearing, but asked that I mention his support of the bill as well. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is John Seng. I chair and founded Safe Roads Maryland. We are committed to reducing roadway deaths and serious injuries in Maryland to 0. What's more, we thank Senator McCray for introducing the legislation. I'm not going to repeat the examples that Regina Ali has cited in terms of the danger that ice flows airborne pose to motorists. But it's certainly suffice to say that it addresses a simple but dangerous hazard and one that's super easy to prevent. In the House hearing, there was some commentary about trade vehicles and so forth that may be challenged with regard to covering their vehicles during periods when it snows. And I took that opportunity to talk about the fact that we get fairly reasonable weather forecast these days. The biggest snow we had coming in the Maryland area, we got pretty decent notice of that. I don't think it's any big deal for trade vehicles, vehicles hauling refuse, yard waste, things like that, construction vehicles, to be prepared for a snowfall. It happens. It's wintertime. you've got to cover your vehicles anyway from road debris sprinkling all over the highway. So protecting the roadway as you drive, whatever the weather, is your responsibility first and foremost. These are not rare accidents. They are foreseeable and preventable consequences. You need to clear the snow. It's part of your job as a responsible operator on public roads. It's not a revenue bill, it's a responsibility bill. If the ice leaves your car, it becomes a projectile. Clearing snow takes but a few minutes. Safe Roads respectfully urges your favorable report on SB 698. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. I was just talking to someone over here. Look, you know, we had that winter storm a few weeks ago, and I go home every night, so I'm ripping and running up down Route 50, and huge chunk of ice came off of a car and dented my hood. So I'm keenly aware of this problem. It was extremely annoying. So, all right. Well, thank you for the bill, Senator. It's a technical term. I like this bill. Yeah. All right. Senator Sidnor.
And this is for anyone who wants to take it. The question is, how clean is clean enough before you're violating this bill? I mean, again, if we think about the storm that just happened a few weeks ago, it could be real difficult getting some of the ice or the buildup on your car, getting it off.
Yep.
So you clean it off the best you can. And I thought it said, was it removing from exposed vehicle surfaces? Is there some reasonableness to this?
In the amended version, and I'm looking at the reprint, you'll see that you'll get it, but it'll say make reasonable efforts to remove.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. I think that concludes the panel. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right. With that, that'll conclude the.
Car that was in front of you wasn't me.
I know. I checked. All right. Senate Bill 6. That concludes the hearing for Senate Bill 698. We're now going to move on to. Oh, I see Senator Harris is here with Senate Bill 921. Would you like to bring up your sponsor panel?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. I have Mr. Spencer, Jason Carlson, Troy Berry, and Michael DiLorenzo. Actually, that's favorable with amendments. So, welcome.
Awesome. Great afternoon to all, Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the Judicial Proceeding Committee. For the record, Senator Kevin M. Harris, representing District 27. Which covers the southern portion of Prince George's, the northern part of Charles, and most of Calvert County. This bill here, Senate Bill 921, Traffic Control, Signal Monitoring, and Speed Monitoring System, Exemption from Liability, Vehicle Rental Companies. Sounds like a lot of words there, but we'll get to the meat of it here. The legislation strengthens Maryland automotive traffic enforcement framework by removing the outdated exemption from liability for certain vehicles, including rental vehicles, captured by the automated traffic control and speed monitoring system. The purpose of this bill is straightforward: to promote roadway safety and to prevent serious injuries and fatalities. Automated enforcement is evidence-based strategy proven to deter dangerous driving behaviors and reduce deadly crashes. Research from the Insurance Institute from Highway Safety shows that cities with red light camera programs have seen 21% reduction in fatal red light running crashes and 14% reduction in a fatal crash at signaling intersections compared to cities without cameras. Similarly, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has found that automated speed enforcement programs are associated with reduction in injury crashes of approximately 20 to 25% in certain settings. The CDC also reports that red light cameras are particularly effective in reducing severe right-angle crashes, which are more likely to result in serious injuries or death. Automated enforcement saves lives and reduces the most serious types of crashes. So why do I say all that? Senate Bill 921 ensures that these safety tools operate fairly and consistently by eliminating the liability exemption that have limited accountability for drivers of rental vehicles. Strengthening uniform application of the law enhance both fairness and public safety. For this reason, I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 921 and turn it over to my panel.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Sheriff Troy Berry with the Charles County Sheriff's Office, and I appreciate this opportunity to provide favorable testimony in support of Senate Bill 921. As Sheriff, my priority is the safety and trust of the residents we serve. Senate Bill 921 strengthens public safety by closing a loophole in the current exemption for rental vehicles when it comes to automated enforcement. This legislation ensures all drivers are held to the same standard and enhances accountability across all roadways. In closing, this legislation is a practical step towards fairness, responsibility, and public safety, supporting law enforcement missions to keep Maryland roads safe. I respectfully urge the committee to give Senate Bill 921 a favorable report, and I will be here to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, good afternoon. My name is Jerome Spencer. I'm the General Counsel of the Charles County Sheriff's Office here in support of Senate Bill 921. We thank Senator Harris for his leadership bringing this bill. In Charles County, the Sheriff's Office runs 3 automated enforcement programs. We run red light cameras, school zone speed cameras, and the bus arm camera programs. And there's a dichotomy or discrepancy between those 3 bills. For red light and speed cameras, owner does not include a rental vehicle, which means we cannot issue citation to a rental car company if it commits a violation. On the other hand, school bus arm cameras does include rental car companies. And so we have a situation where those who go past a school bus, we can issue a citation, but not for the other 2 offenses. And that's why we're here to kind of massage that discrepancy in the law and close that loophole. Captain Carlson is about to give you some of the numbers we have in Charles County for rental car companies, and you'll see that we're talking a large number of violations of citations cannot be issued and for us, it's in school zones, only in school zones for speed cameras and for the red light intersections. So we urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 921.
Hey, I'm Captain Carlson with the Charles County Sheriff's Office. Just wanted to give some of the numbers that we have seen just in our county alone. We only operate 6 speed cameras right now, and there's some red light cameras too. But just with those 6 speed cameras alone, in 2024, there were 1,246 rental cars that went through, and we were unable to issue them any citations. They were able to speed through at whatever rate they wanted to. And in 2025, we had 12,009, which probably was closer to 2,000, but we had some problems with our vendor, so the numbers are down a little bit. All of these cars were going through the speed cameras with rental agreements. We weren't able to issue tickets. We had vehicles as high as 99 miles an hour. We had 81 vehicles that were at least, sorry, one second, I can't read my own writing. 81 vehicles that were at least 20 over the speed limit. So some of these speeds, like I said, were extremely high, extremely reckless, and could have endangered anyone that was in the school zone. The red light tickets, again, we had over 2,000 of those too that were also unable to be issued. So basically, if you drive a rental car in the state of Maryland, unless an officer is there to see you, you can go as fast as you want to in a speed zone, and you can blow through the red lights, and there's not going to be any repercussions at all. Thank you.
To the favorable, we'll hear the favorable with amendment, and then we'll open up your, yep. If you could come to the podium, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Mike DiLorenzo, and I'm here to represent the car rental industry. And I want to assure you that this is not a policy debate. This is a process problem. We are absolutely in favor of what I call digital traffic enforcement. In fact, I drive home every night from Laurel, Maryland to Baltimore City, and I see the craziest dumbass drivers on the highway every night. And I'm going, why aren't there speed cameras handling this situation? Because I'm an aggressive driver. But let's not get into me. What we're here to talk about is the process problem, not the policy of speed cameras and what I call digital ticketing, okay? So there are two processes, as the gentleman over here mentioned. There are 3 laws, 3 statutes in Maryland that have been created since 2017, where the statute specifically states that the car rental company is to receive a notice from the jurisdiction and has 45 days to deliver to the jurisdiction the renter's name and address. So the jurisdiction can then send the ticket to the renter, because this is really about changing driver behavior. It's not about giving a ticket to a car rental company, because we're not driving the car. So what we want to do, and what my amendment proposes, and I used my new senior law clerk ChatGPT to prepare this, and it's actually pretty good. There are 5 other statutes, including the 2 that are proposed by Senate Bill 921. There are 5 statutes where we have been excluded for decades, since 1997, because I was here when this was done, where we are excluded from the definition as owner. It's not an exemption, and it's not a mistake. This was agreed to out there in the hallway in 1997 when they asked us not to oppose the first red light camera bill. So, and my 2 minutes is up.
I'm sure you'll get some questions. Thank you for that testimony. I saw Senator Folden first, and then we're going to go Senator James, then Muse, then West.
Actually, Mr. DeLorenzo?
Yes.
Can you come back up?
Sure.
So I seem to recall the 2017 debate over this, and I wanted to know, have we done anything that, at that time, that there was... Is there anything in law right now that will allow them to, so right now when you get a speed camera ticket, a red light camera, whatever it is, it's sent to the registered owner of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct. They're not supposed to, but yes, that's what's happening.
That's the process. So my concern is, and look, I'm on your side on this, so I want to be clear on that.
Okay.
I think we have a gap where if we start charging the insurance company, it ultimately is just going to, as the owner, then it becomes a pass-through because of the bad doings of these people. However, my understanding is we don't have it in, like you brought up something about 45 days to notify the operator or the renter of the vehicle, because at that point.
To notify me.
Pardon?
The jurisdiction has to give me 45-day notices to send them the name and address of the renter or driver.
So that's my point. So there is a mechanism in place.
Correct.
So
3 kinds out of 8 kinds. It's not consistent.
If someone comes in as a renter or a leasee, they have the control and custody of that vehicle right at that time, and they're also liable if they crash said vehicle. Would they not be, unless they purchase the insurance? But they're liable for their actions if they get in a crash.
For physical damage to the rental car.
Or liability in a crash. If they're at fault in a crash.
Yeah, their insurance is at risk.
The insurance isn't paying. The insurance, unless they buy the bargaining thing, isn't paying for that for the leasing company, correct?
Correct.
They give that to the person that actually has the signed, I'll say ownership or responsibility, not ownership, but signed responsibility of the vehicle through an affidavit or through a contract. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The sponsor, thanks, Mr. DeLorenzo. Is there, I appreciate the intent behind the bill. Is there any discussion about, was there any discussion about the 45-day notice that's already in place that I hear, Charles County is missing a lot of opportunities for money here, 1,246 and then 1,209. Did they know about the 45-day? Did they exercise the 45-day provision?
Yeah, so the 45-day concept is not in the current law.
It's not in current law?
No.
So is that something that we would be open to as an amendment then to allow the liability to be given to the appropriate operator or leasee, regardless of who the operator is, because it might be someone else. They have to sign for custody of the vehicle.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, the concept of the bill is to ensure that whoever gets the ticket, that the ticket is paid for and not thrown in the trash.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. So I don't want it to be something that again, becomes a pass-through by the bad actors, whereas if we can put some type of guardrails in this that say, look, if you're an agency, you got 45 days, it comes back to a rental car, you send it to the rental car company requesting their identity of who the leasee was. It doesn't even matter who was operating it, and then the leasee becomes the one ultimately responsible for it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I think I'm following up and maybe asking almost the same questions as Senator Folda, but maybe just in a slightly different way. For those that support the bill as it right now in the panel currently, as I see the bill, it's doing two things. One, it's removing sort of the lessees of vehicles for less than 6 months, right? So that we capture people that way. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. That's just, we need
Sorry,
to
just wanna
establish
make sure
that
you
for
was-
the record. And then secondarily, as I'm reading the bill, we are completely removing the language about an owner of a vehicle not being a leasing company or motor vehicle rental. So that, once that's gone, they would be, under the statute, without an exemption, considered an owner for the purposes of citations. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, and I think the purpose of the bill, as I understand it, is to change behavior by bad drivers. So I'm not clear why putting a leasing company or a rental company as potentially liable under the statute would do any of the goals that you would want, in addition to other issues. So, you know, I can understand if you say, look, we want to get them involved in sending the citations they receive in the mail off to the whoever rented it. And maybe I haven't read through the bill. Maybe there's another section here that talks about that. But why do you want to exempt them or create them without that exempt of owners, as if they were, so they could be legally responsible? Is there another section in here? I'm sorry, I read as fast as I could. Is there another section that gets to, I think, your goal, which is just to get these companies to forward citations to the actual drivers?
Yes, Senator, if I may.
Yeah.
So part of what happens with the speed citation, like camera citations, they have to be processed in 14 days. So
I'm sorry, speak up a little bit, sir.
They're processed in 14 days and citation issued out. A possible issue with the 45-day we have on some other statutes that not Charles County businesses, as 45 days and then more time goes by and then the penalty, if there's a penalty, is that much further down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we've spoken with EAN Holdings, Enterprise, Alamo, and Nationwide, when this issue first brought to our attention, and they were kind of surprised. Why wouldn't you send us citations? We pass it on to our customers as part of the rental agreement you get. If they get a fine or toll, they pass it on to the customer. So that is the direct response to the driver. The driver's rented the car, gets that violation.
But that's not what the
in practice.
statute says, so why wouldn't we?
So what the way this bill would work now, if this bill is passed, Captain Carlson's people, our automated enforcement unit, sends a citation to Enterprise Holding. And here's the image, here's the information they need on it. Enterprise would go into their system and say, well, that was rented by Troy Berry. Hey, Troy Berry, we're charging you an extra $40 plus processing fees for this violation.
So somewhere else in the bill, as I didn't get to read it, that's what happens. This bill says after we create them as owners, which, you know, they are, but they're leasing, then what we do is that we allow them to then further bill the person that leased the car, as opposed to getting the lessee on the hook for it. You're asking these rental companies to become an enforcer, and of course, if they get short shrifted, the credit card's canceled, A lot of things could happen. But in any event, if that happens, if that lessee doesn't actually, you're not able to process that payment, then these leasing companies would be on the hook for the payment, wouldn't they?
So right now, if this bill passes, the rental car company can do one of two things. Way number one, they can pass on to the renter, which I understand a lot of them are doing that. In other jurisdictions and for other laws, like the school bus arm, they pass on to the customer. But also under current law, they can tell the court, we weren't the driver, here's who the driver was. And then it becomes incumbent upon the agency to issue the ticket to the driver. That's separate from the 45-day thing. That's current law.
They would have such a big book of business. I can mention thousands of those on a very regular basis, and they'd be going to court regularly, explaining to the court they're not the driver.
But they don't go to court. They submit something back to the court. They send to the agency that says, we weren't the driver. And that's true for you. If I'm driving your car and I go to the speed camera, you get that citation. You can say, I wasn't a driver. It was Jerome Spencer who's driving my car.
Yeah.
And then we send a ticket to Jerome Spencer. So that's how it works now. As it is now, when we get this,
I didn't realize that. I've paid so many tickets for my children. What?
Now, I pay my,
back.
and to that point, Senator James, my wife goes to red lights, and my name is on registration.
Yeah.
And when his people get that, they obviously see that and they laugh about it. But we can all do that now. As it is now, when we see that car going 99 miles per hour in a school zone, 99 miles per hour in a school zone, we can't, and it's a rental car, we can't issue that citation, period.
Issue the ticket at all.
Right.
So that's what we're trying to address.
I'm with Senator Fulton. I agree with I support the intent of this bill. How you have drafted it may not be what I support, and I think there might be a better way to draft it, as long as everybody's open to us, sorting it through and making sure it works. And also, I'm not about to overburden a leasing company when there's a better way, and I assume you would, not want us to do that either. I mean, why do that if we can have a better way of moving forward? Although, again, we can talk later. The Senator, I really like a great deal. We can talk later about that, but I think right now the way it's drafted, I don't think it's as well drafted to accomplish your very worthy goals.
All right,
My last question, though, is this. Last question.
Yep.
Do anybody have information, because it just dawned on me, are there people actively leasing and renting cars because they know this is what happens, and because I'm watching crazy drivers too, and I don't go the speed limit, I don't, but I look like I'm standing still in a luxury vehicle with people blowing past me at 100 miles an hour, 90 miles. Are people doing this, do you think, intentionally to avoid tickets? Is there any data about that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to get into the intent of people who drive extremely faster than me
we just know for a fact people register cars in Virginia to avoid a bunch of stuff, like getting tickets.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying everybody's doing it. I'm saying if there's a trend here, I was thinking people figured out this loophole. If they needed to speed a lot and go up and down the East Coast, they'd be like, let's use a rental car, right?
Absolutely. So,
Okay.
Appreciate that. Let's go back real quick, Senator James, to your point. So here, what Maryland is doing, this particular bill is doing, is not something new. Obviously, it's done in multiple states.
Oh, I understand.
I'm not going to say I was one of the ones that rented a car in another state, however, a long time ago, and received that ticket in the mail from the rental car company.
Right.
So it's being done in other states, and we just need
I'm not disagreeing with what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you. Just to, first of all, it's a very good bill. And secondly, to Sheriff Troy Berry, I've been his pastor for 36 years or so. He's a minister in our church. And once he was elected, the criminals were so afraid of him. Their crime has been 0%. And they can't wait. His police officers are so bored, sheriff is so bored, that they can't wait for somebody to spit on the street, jaywalk, or a cat caught up in the tree so they can send the SWAT teams out and everything to get that cat down. So you've done a good job, son, and don't mention it. Thank you.
Bless your heart.
Finish up on this side. I think there's going to be a lot of conversations after the bill hearing, and so we can take some of this on. Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just trying to figure exactly how this works. So I'm from Chicago. I fly to
BWI, rent a car, drive down to DC to do some business. I got an extra day. I decide I want to go see Antietam. I take my car and I start bombing up I-270 to Frederick and go over the mountain to Antietam to see Antietam. And I passed by a bunch of speed cameras along the way. Well, but I'm not only in Frederick County, I'm in other counties as well. So, when I get back home, I turn the car in, go home to Chicago. When I get home, I assume what's going to happen is the rental company will send me the ticket that the rental company receives. Is that right?
Correct.
Do they also charge my credit card at the same time they send me the ticket? Do they expect me to pay the ticket in Chicago, or do they charge my credit card for the amount of the ticket?
So I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure what takes place when you sign that lease, all that information is going to be in the lease. So it will probably most likely say in that lease that, hey, if you get a ticket, you're liable, it'll be charged to your car, blah, 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 blah. So.
Okay. And I guess as a guy with a credit card, I could always challenge that charge on my credit card by letting the credit card company know that it's challenged, and therefore I wouldn't have to pay it until a resolution was achieved. And in that case, maybe Mr. DeLorenzo, you could stand up.
I did ask about this, Senator.
Correct. So the customers don't pay. My experience, Washington, D.C. took away the transferability of ticketing to customers in 2024. So I did a study of Washington, D.C. to prepare for today's meeting. So in November, December, and January, the most recent 3 months I could look up, I got 1,300 tickets out of Washington, D.C. 45% of those tickets were paid for by the customers, 55% were not. But let me shock you with the dollar volumes, okay? It was $130,000 worth of tickets. Wow. I had to add $80,000 worth of administrative fees to process those tickets. So now we're at $210,000. I collected $95,000, and I'm still in red ink. So I cannot enforce the law. I'm just the car rental guy. The customers now have a switch on their credit card. So you just turn your credit card off. I do a lot of business in Baltimore City and Prince George's County, lower income, middle income neighborhoods where people don't have extra money. They turn their credit card off immediately after authorizing us to use it. We have to call them up and tell them to turn their credit card on so we can get more deposit. So the concept that the car rental company is going to collect all this money for the jurisdiction is quite fact not correct. We only collecting. Then I have to turn over the 55% that didn't pay. I turn them over to a collection agency. They collect about 15% or 20%. So that's still leaving a third of the people that never pay. And then that third gets socialized into my corporate costs because of this bill, the way it's written now, makes me responsible to pay, and it's my problem to collect the money from the customers. That's why I was saying this isn't a policy issue. I can't enforce the law. These guys have to enforce the law. So they have to collect the money through the jurisdictions, not me.
That's what I'm driving at. So if this bill passes, what will the car rental companies do as a result of this bill passing? How will you change what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I'll have to increase my deposits. Right now, I return the customer's deposit at the end of the rental. I have to keep it for 30 days because it takes about 30 days for the ticket to come in the door, okay?
So that's what you'll do. You increase the deposit that you take from the customers when they rent the car.
Yeah, and I'll increase the deposit, and that'll affect my business in the well, I call it credit challenged neighborhoods that I do business in. Because, see, automobiles have gotten so expensive, the car rental business is actually growing very much because the price of a car is so high now. So we have more and more customers in lower income neighborhoods that didn't used to rent that are renting cars now when they need one instead of owning a car. So this is going to change the whole dynamic of the business that I'm doing in Baltimore City and Prince George's County.
All right, but to get back to finish my question, so if this bill is passed, the way the rental car companies will deal with the situation is by increasing the deposit that you take from these customers when they rent the car.
Correct.
And you'll hold it for maybe a little longer to allow these tickets to arrive, and then we'll deduct the amount of the ticket from the deposit.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Senator McKay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. So we're now going to repeal the exemption for holders for special registration plates. Who falls under that?
Say again?
We're going to repeal the exemption for holders of special registration plates.
Oh, yeah,
So my
so-
question is,
yeah.
can you expand or tell me what exactly, I mean, we already know that we're going to take on the rental car, but who are special registration plates?
Yeah, those are your car services type folks.
Car services?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No problem.
May I ask Mr. Lorenzo a question? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, how are you receiving these bills? Is it paper? Is it digital?
Correct, it's paper.
It's paper.
And that's the real problem.
So is there a way that we can do this maybe digitally, or is there some manner that we can bake into this bill as we consider it that would make it from a digital standpoint? Like, is there a way that?
So right now, to answer your question, I live in Baltimore City, so I go to the Baltimore City website, and you can look up your tickets you get. You put in your license plate number, and it gives you back all whatever unpaid violations you have. For a company like me in Maryland, MVA uses my federal tax ID number, FEIN number, as my driver's license number in lieu of a driver's license number. So on your registration, it has your driver's license number. On my registration, it has my FEIN. I need a way to look up tickets by FEIN. That's all. It's a simple change in how the database is managed so that I could digitally manage these tickets instead of waiting. The way these tickets come in is they bring in crates of mail. Post office deliver crates of mail. So out of DC, just to give you guys an example of the volume, somebody said something about volume? Yeah, it's bone-crushing volume. So I'm getting 5,400 tickets a year out of Washington, D.C. I would expect Maryland to generate at least 3, but probably 4 times that. So you're talking about 15, 16, 20,000 tickets a year? Okay, that's bone-crushing volume to manage that. I can't do that with pieces of paper. And then for me to send what I really want to get, it's important, we need to move the ticketing responsibility to the driver. That's whose behavior we need to change. By making me charge the driver money is not going to change his behavior. And by the way, they're not out-of-state customers. 80% of the car renters in Maryland are from Maryland. 20% of the car renters in Maryland rent at BWI. Just to get that myth. You guys don't know this. This is a big topic at Budget and Tax Committee, but you probably never heard that before. So we're talking about Maryland people getting these tickets. We're not talking about out-of-state tourists getting these tickets.
So if we were to figure out a way to automate it, to cut down on the administrative burden that you would have to, if we're going to tag you for collecting?
Correct.
Okay. But if we could cut down on the administrative burden, cut down on the amount of time that it would take you to respond of where it needs to be, would you say that in some of the areas that are a little bit more challenging, maybe you wouldn't have to have an extended deposit longer? I mean, that would cut down on all of those safeguards, would it not?
Correct. Because, well, I wouldn't have to add an administrative fee because I really wouldn't be administering anything. If we could do this with exchanging data, I'm in the travel business. I book 35,000 reservations a month. I send out 1 million rate quotes, and I get back 35,000 reservations a month. This is a tiny bit of data. This is like nothing. I'm sending a name and an address on 20,000 tickets. This is so simple. We can spin up a reservation channel for 10 grand. So when MVA tells you this is a multi-million-dollar expense, that's poppycock, quite frankly. It doesn't make any sense to me because we can spin up a reservation channel for 10 grand each side, so it's 20 grand total with a new travel partner. So this is just exchanging a name and address. You send me a license plate number, a date, and a time, and I send you back who had the car. And we do that digitally, and we can do that in 30 seconds, not 3 weeks.
Right. But it just seems to me if we did something like that from a digital standpoint, it would then would mitigate the unintended consequences on maybe a poorer jurisdiction like I come from Allegheny County.
You'd be eliminating
people who
my $80 administrative fee. I don't need that now.
Okay. Okay.
So we just have a ticket, a $40 ticket.
Thank you.
All right, further questions from the committee for the senator or the panel? All right, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 921. We'll now move on to Senator Hershey's here with Senate Bill 896.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 896, which offers a straightforward, measurable relief for Maryland drivers and small businesses. Maryland implemented a significant vehicle registration fee increase in the FY25 and FY26 budgets under the BRFA and is aimed at addressing a funding gap in the Maryland State Transportation Trust Fund. Maryland families are paying more than ever to simply be compliant drivers. Senate Bill 896 offers targeted relief by rolling back the most recent increases in base registration fees for cars and light trucks while maintaining a higher fee for heavier vehicles and maintaining the $40 EMS surcharge. With today's MVA schedule, a typical family pays $191 per year. Under this bill, the all-in annual charge would drop to about $116, putting $75 back into Maryland family pockets every year. Even with this adjustment, Maryland's effective annual registration cost remains higher than most of our surrounding states. By comparison, West Virginia's average cost is $51, Pennsylvania's $48, Delaware $40, and Virginia $30. Senate Bill 896 delivers targeted relief that Maryland families and small employers will feel immediately at renewal. It keeps our weight-based fairness and moves us closer to regional norms. And Mr. Chairman, the reason I added this bill and submitted this was because if you can remember, when we made both of these changes through the BRFA, this policy really did not have a bill hearing. It really did not have MDOT coming together and coming to this legislature and saying in a committee setting that these vehicle registration fees increases are justified. And that's part of what this bill was designed to do is, one, bring it to the attention of everybody to let Maryland family knows that we can go back and look at increases, even though bringing these fees back to the 2024 level would be, quote unquote, somewhat painful. The reality is MDOT needs to be held accountable for their decision making when asking for these types of fee increases. Mr. Chairman, I was also a member of the Train Commission that met a few years ago. That stood for the Transportation Revenue and Infrastructure Committee. And that group was to hear from MDOT, which we did through several meetings, and saying, how is the Transportation Trust Fund operating? Where is its solvency? And what do you need to see in the future? This type of vehicle registration fee increase was not something that was even discussed or certainly agreed upon by the Train Commission. So, Mr. Chairman, while again, this is a substantial decrease and quote unquote revenue loss, I do think that MDOT should be held accountable, should be responsible for these types of fee increases, and should justify where this money is going. If we're going to continue to charge motorists more to be in Maryland, MDOT should be accountable to see where that revenue is going. So that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for a favorable committee report on Senate Bill 896.
Good to see you. I think I didn't vote for the BRFA. Good. One of the reasons. But putting that aside, I think I'd ask you two questions, and you can follow up after the hearing. But I think you've been on the Budget Committee a number of times, and that was my whole House of Delegates career. I never saw the Transportation Trust Fund or transportation in general funded at the level it was needed. And there are people, certain groups in Annapolis that really support more cars and highways than other groups who are more into mass transit. The reality where I live is that cars dominate. So for that reason, too, the Transportation Trust Fund and transportation needs need to be even greater than they are, and so on and so forth. So the issue isn't, I hear you about a separate hearing, but I've never had a hearing with the Transportation Department in which we don't have extraordinary demands and inadequate revenue. So that's what I'm wondering about with this bill. How would you respond to that?
Again, and that's why I think there should be a hearing and not necessarily just through the BRFA. But the reality is, and I think what most people are seeing, is there's two very different opinions on what transportation is in the state of Maryland. Many of us believe it's roads and highways. Many of us believe that it's transit. The problem is transit is not sustainable on itself.
Well, that's true. We should have a separate Transportation Trust Fund for transit.
And that's really what I think the big thing is, to get that type of conversation going. And we did have that conversation going in the Train Commission, because the reality is you're funding mass transit on the backs of motorists. When you look at what funds the Transportation Trust Fund, vehicle registration fees, titling, and most importantly, the gas tax. All of those are the biggest revenue sources in the Transportation Trust Fund, yet the biggest slice of the pie and where that money goes is to transit. And so when you're looking at how do you fund transit, that should be the question, not how do you increase fees for motorists so you can pay for transit.
I agree with you there, but I just want to make the point for the record, and we can have a difference of opinion. I do think there are hearing after hearing after hearing for the inadequate funding of the Transportation Department, and inadequate meeting also the extra pressure from a policy decision to keep mass transit and the roads and bridges together, which many states do not do. They do regional stuff. So, but I do think, I don't want the public to think there aren't lots of hearings about the inadequacy of it. This particular, modest solution to increase the money a little bit, maybe that didn't get all that was discussed, but clearly this is often talked about in public hearings where the public has an opportunity to hear and talk about it. And all opinions out there that we just went over are well aired.
Yeah, and I would just say, don't mistake me for never having hearings and never being brought up. I just said this specific increase to the registration fees went through the BRFA process rather than a bill itself. And I think had we had a bill itself, depending on, again, what committee that would go to, you would be able to look at other solutions on what we can do. And you're right. I mean, the driver of why motorists are paying higher fees is mass transit. And the reality is Maryland is one of only 2 states that has 2 major mass transit systems, system in Baltimore and the system in Washington, D.C., WMATA, that we're responsible for a third of, and no dedicated funding source.
And I'm with you on
that. Right. And most states that have,
Totally
transit systems that are operating and doing well have a dedicated funding source to it. And so, again, this is in response to the many citizens in the state of Maryland that got hit this summer with the highest registration fees they've ever seen.
Ding, ding, I paid it too.
And then at the same time are complaining that roads are inadequate, potholes are out there. We're not seeing the money go to where the revenue is coming from, and that's why I think this is important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. So this bill is cross-assigned with Budget and Tax. We have a representative from Budget and Tax, Senator Salling, who has a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this bill, Senator. I hear you because I hear my constituents and how much it's gone up and how much of a burden it is. And I think if there's any opportunity for relief, I think we need to help our constituents. I think we hear the biggest problem that we have in our nation is affordability. And right now it's a major problem with a lot of our constituents. They're trying to find out how they can minimize the damage of all the taxes and the fees. And I think it's just one way we can try to help them out. So first of all, I want to thank you for this bill. And hopefully we can work through JPR and Budget and Tax, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much. All right, Senator.
Chair, thank you, Senator. So I'm trying to figure out with the scheduling changes and that kind of stuff. So the bill proposes that the flat 76 $1,250 fee for Class A passenger vehicles over 3,700 pounds, replacing the scheduling fee. And so it eliminates the higher fee compared to a heavier passenger vehicle, like a 6,000-pound SUV, with the same registration fee as an owner of a 3,800 passenger sedan. So considering that they're totally two different in the wear and tear on the roads, how do you square that from eliminating that tier?
Again, I think the important part and what many of us, and I'm sure you as well, heard from our constituents is the immediate increase of these fees and how they affect Maryland families. Certainly, there are some things where we do have to recognize that, vehicles of higher, gross weight do put more damage on the roads. And I think that's why you have that tiered weight fee altogether. So, that's one that we thought in looking at this bill was important to keep that in place, but really try to focus on Maryland families and what they've, had to go through with these changes. And, again, you've talked about, Senator mentioned affordability. It is the topic that everybody is talking about, here in Annapolis. And, as we looked at whether it's energy prices or whether it's these types of fees, I think it's, our responsibility to come down here and look for other solutions, not just accept the fact that this was done, 1 or 2 years ago, but to come back in a committee setting and say, let's really take a look at it. And if higher vehicles should pay more, then that's something I think we could, keep and be satisfied with. But at the same time, let's see what, we can do for just Maryland families and regular passenger vehicles.
If I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have personal trucks and we have work trucks. And there's no doubt about it, the fee increase and all that kind of stuff has affected both personal and the work. Is there any thought of classifying the difference between those two and the usage that they have on the roads or anything? Or is the overall financial burden is for smaller businesses and personal incomes? Yeah. Or is that a difference? Would that be a concern of yours?
Obviously, the concern is higher prices across the board. So I would sense in just looking at this was working with MVA's, vehicle structure already and what we could do and where the changes were made in FY 26 and FY 25 budgets. Certainly would love to see something done to help lower the cost for businesses as well. There's enough policies that are being created in Annapolis that are driving up the cost of doing business here in Maryland. And if there's some relief that we could provide in making a change to this bill, I'd certainly be appreciative. And I think small businesses would be appreciative as well, too.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 896. We'll now move on to Senator Jennings, who's here with Senate Bill 789. Do you have a sponsor panel? There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, for the record, Senator J.B. Jennings for Senate Bill 789. Hopefully I can explain this a little better than I can blockchain. So Senate Bill 789 deals with the proper calibration of advanced driver assistance systems, or as we will refer to it in this bill as ADAS. What is ADAS? That is the detection systems in your car that we deal with in the newer cars. For instance, lane assist, so like your mirrors when you go to change lanes, the mirror will blink if there's a car in your lane, or if you're getting too close to a car, it'll flash, like my wife's Yukon, it'll flash up in the windshield, and the newer cars will actually automatically brake for them. These are safety features to keep your cars from crashing nowadays. The issue in this bill deals with is, should you ever have an accident, how do you deal with it afterwards with repair shops, making sure those systems work. What this bill does not deal with is the parts. It's just dealing with the calibration of those systems. Today we're seeing situations where improper calibrations are being performed, operations conducting calibrations in uncontrolled environments. Improper calibration is often more dangerous than no calibration at all. A vehicle may appear repaired
but its collision avoidance system, lane departure warning, or automatic braking systems may not function as designed, or the driver's relying on it, and it's just not going to happen. On the other hand, we have reputable body shops that do not perform necessary calibrations because the dashboard light is not on or because they do not want to engage in a fight with the insurance companies over the coverage. If a repair is done improperly, this bill causes the repair facility to be subject to litigation. This liability ultimately falls on the business that performed the work, not the consumers or the insurance companies. Senate Bill 789 ensures that when calibrations are performed, they're done correctly, consistently, and safely. Specifically, this bill establishes standards and licensing requirements for businesses performing ADAS calibration services, requires calibrations to be conducted in controlled environments that meet or exceed OEM specifications, mandates that shops possess and properly maintain the necessary tools and equipment to perform calibrations according to OEM procedures, and requires post-repair scans and detailed record keeping of all scans and calibrations performed. Just as importantly, this legislation strengthens consumer transparency. Before beginning work, repair shops must provide a written statement explaining each ADAS system on the vehicle, the components impacted by the repair, the required calibrations, and the safety implications if those calibrations are not performed. Upon completion, consumers must receive documentations detailing all scans and calibrations performed, the method used to complete them, confirmation that all OEM requirements were met, and instructions for monitoring ADAS systems to ensure proper function. Finally, the bill does establish penalties for noncompliance to ensure these standards are meaningful and enforceable. Colleagues, this is about safety and accountability. Vehicles today are computers on wheels. Just to give you a little background, my family was in the automotive and transmission business. There's more computers in your cell phone now than there was that put the man on the moon in 1969. And think about what we have in our cars nowadays with the amount of computer systems in there. When we repair them, we must restore not just the body panels, but the technology that keeps families safe on the road. Our families are in these cars. You know, we rely on it. You know, 2 weeks ago, I had to take my family to Canada, and we actually rented a car to drive up there. And while I was driving up 87 through New York, I was on cruise control, and a tractor trailer moved into my lane, and without even me hitting the brake, the cruise control automatically decelerated. And I was amazed that the technology is there. And that's what this bill is about, is making sure that those systems work. It's about our safety, our family's safety when they're in the car. Now, I do want to say, when this bill was first introduced, there was a lot of opposition from the industries. My office, Rachel in my office, and Lauren have worked very closely with the industry. With, the industry also brought me the bill to say, hey, look, let's try to work this out. We've done our best working with them, coming up with amendments, and some of them will come in. I think there's a lot of going to be favorable with amendments. I think there's still some opposition. Hopefully we can get through it. I think there's some licensing issue, like, car dealers have a licensing issue, which I understand. Hey, they have a lot of licensing on their own. They don't need to go through this type of licensing. So I agree with them. So hopefully we can work through it. I know Mr. Peek has been working with them also. So, hopefully we can get to a consensus on all of this with regards to, where the opposition on this is. Again, it's not about parts. It's about the calibration of these systems, making sure that they're safe, they work. So with that, I ask for favorable consideration.
Excellent. We'll hear from the sponsor panel, and then we'll open it up for questions. So whoever would like to go next.
John, ready to go? Stand up here. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, John Pica, representing Sensi Auto Technologies. Thanks, Senator Jennings, for introducing this bill. This bill is focused on vehicle safety and consumer protection. So I'll ask the rest of the panel to talk about the technology. We have rewritten this bill, so hopefully you'll have the reprint. And we have accepted amendments. We've exempted new vehicle dealers. We've taken out the language on insurance, and we have an amendment from SafeLight. So there is a big fiscal note on this bill, and I think there's a way around it. if instead of licensing, we can require training and have the dealers, or the body shops, or the auto repair facilities attest that they have completed training, much the same way that it's done in the security guard industry. So this bill requires some work. I'm happy to work with committee counsel and Senator Jennings' office to get it done. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Christy Boyle, co-owner of Sensi Auto Technologies, a Maryland business specializing in advanced driver assistance systems, diagnostics, and calibration. I'm also the mother of a young driver, and I respectfully testify in strong support of this bill from both perspectives, as a safety professional and as a parent. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, human error remains the leading cause of motor vehicle crashes. Distracted driving claims thousands of lives each year, with young, inexperienced drivers disproportionately affected. Despite education and enforcement, distraction remains a persistent risk. ADAS technologies were developed to address these human limitations. Research cited by NHTSA and the National Safety Council shows that forward collision warning combined with automatic emergency braking can reduce rear-end crashes by nearly 50%. Blind spot monitoring and lane departure warning systems significantly reduce lane change and single vehicle crashes. These are proven safety systems, not convenience features. However, a serious educational gap remains. Many drivers overestimate system capabilities or assume a vehicle is safe after repair if no warning light appears. Inconsistent repair and insurance practices regarding proper calibration further increase risk, as even minor misalignment can compromise system performance. Senate Bill 789 aligns Maryland law with national safety principles by requiring OEM-compliant scans, calibrations, documentation, consumer disclosure, and insurance coverage for manufacturer-recommended procedures, ensuring these systems are restored to intended safety standards. As a mother, I cannot eliminate every risk when my young driver leaves home, but I can advocate for policies that ensure crash prevention systems function as designed. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Di Reynolds. I am the co-owner of Sensi Auto Technologies. Advanced driver assistance systems like emergency braking, lane keep, blind spot monitoring, and pedestrian detection are now standard on nearly every new vehicle. 95% of the cars on the road today include automatic emergency braking, and by 2029, the federal government will require that these systems are present on every new vehicle with even more stringent performance requirements. These technologies save lives every day, but only when they're properly calibrated after repairs. Right now, Maryland faces a growing safety and consumer protection gap. National data shows 55 to 70% of collision repaired vehicles require an ADAS calibration, yet only 23% receive one. In glass replacement, 98% of modern windshields require a camera calibration, but only 42% are documented. That means 30 to 45% of required calibrations are being missed. The problem isn't just miscalibrations. It's incorrect calibrations. A major study by Essential Technologies found up to 42% of calibrations performed by shops were done incorrectly, often with no dashboard warnings to alert the driver. Their conclusion was clear. A poor calibration can be even more dangerous than no calibration at all, because the driver believes the system will respond, and in an emergency, it will not. And too often, the consumer is the one who pays the price. When an ADAS system fails after a repair, it's the driver who must return to the shop, dispute the insurer, lose time, or even pay out of pocket to have the improper work repaired. Most Marylanders never know calibration was required, leaving them unknowingly driving a car with compromised safety systems. This legislation is about fixing that. It increases awareness, requires proper training, licensing enforces OEM procedures, ensures insurers recognize and reimburse required calibrations, and provides clear consumer disclosures. It elevates the professionals who are already doing this work correctly while creating a level playing field across the entire industry. The federal government has mandated these life-saving systems, but it does not regulate how they must be repaired after a crash. That responsibility falls to the states, and Maryland has an opportunity to lead here. The bill ensures ADAS system will work
So
as
you're,
designed, protect.
So you've come to the end of the 2-minute
Sorry.
period. Yeah, no worries. No. I'm sure you're going to get some questions, though. All right.
Hello, my name is Stephen Dawson. Thank you, committee and chair, for the opportunity. I'm with Hunter Engineering Company, representing the Washington, D.C. region. We provide equipment for car dealerships, manufacturers across the country, across the world. It's a U.S. company making equipment for these calibrations. Our focus is making sure that our shops have the ability to do safe and proper repairs, post-repair or collision repair, and ensuring that cars are back on the road safely and properly, as well as documenting that all of those repairs are done quickly, efficiently, and have all of the necessary documentation as to where targets were placed, how the calibration was completed, to ensure that Maryland drivers and all drivers across the country are safe. These systems, if improperly calibrated, have the ability to interact with a driver without them knowing. And having an improper calibration can allow a vehicle to be able to apply the brakes in an area where it may not need to have applied the brakes, or not apply the brakes in an area where it was designed to be able to protect either a pedestrian or a fellow driver within the Maryland market space. I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with the judiciary about these systems, because I feel that there is a lot of opportunities in the industry to make sure that there's proper education around what these systems can do, both from driver standpoint, what they're capable of doing, what they're not capable of doing, and then how do we properly maintain them and ensure that customers are getting in their cars and understanding that there's systems that they paid for it at the new car dealership or at the used car lot when they bought it are going to perform the way that they had originally intended that to work. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Senator, for bringing the bill. My question, sir, has to do with, is there any thought to any thought to any expected insurance premiums or the claim process time? Is that going to be extended? I mean, are people going to be out of vehicles for a longer period of time?
I would defer to my panel because they're the ones that deal with this every day. They fix cars.
So I would say this summer we had.
Sir, if you could come up to the podium to answer. Sorry. Thank you. No, yeah.
That was one. So we've made some progress on the insurance side. State Farm, Geico, and Allstate all released calibration programs over this past summer. So I would say on the insurance side, that has helped lessen some of the burden of getting things approved. There's also a number of technological advancements in terms of scrub tools to review a CCC estimate or a Mitchell estimate and quickly identify, based on those repairs, what calibrations are now triggered. What has happened now nationally on the claim side is that claims are down significantly because of this technology. Claim price, however, has risen because of the technology. So to answer your question, I believe that was really, really bad. It's still not perfect, but it's improving. I think the insurance industry has spoken to higher premiums as a result of legislation like this in the past. But I think the reality is we've been in this situation with this technology since 2014. It's really accelerated in the last couple of years since 2020. Most of the manufacturers got AEB, automatic emergency braking, out during that time to be ahead of the mandate. So we're in the midst of it now. We certainly would like to have some support on the insurance side to ease that process, but it's a real part of our life right now.
Okay. One more, if I may. Sponsor of the bill. Yeah, you want to add?
Say one thing. Talk about the need of this. Remember, when we came out of the chamber, we had an autonomous car giving all of us rides today. Think about that car. There's nobody in that car to even do any of the braking should you need it. So we're getting to that point where we're going to be driving in autonomous cars, and they have autonomous cars in cities now, and I know we're going to have legislation coming before us soon where somebody's going to want to introduce them here in this state. You have to have those sensors working because there is no human factor in that car at all. So,
Level 2 ADAS, if you can hear me, level 2 ADAS is where we are in terms of like national highway mandates, that includes autonomous actions on behalf of the car, regardless of the driver, at that level, and that's where we are now. And in a few short years, we're going to be at a much more accelerated version of that. So does that help?
It does. Yeah. It does. So and anybody can answer this question. Do you see a consolidation of the market for repair? Are we because of all this, are we basically the small family repair shops are going to be gone?
Answer.
Do we see any small business impact?
I think what we're seeing is an aging independent body shop community that's facing very major challenges around labor, affordable health care for their employees, a world too where a lot of people don't want to go into that work anymore. So we've seen major consolidation in the body shop world with what we call MSOs, multi-state operations, purchasing up first, second generation body shop owners. This technology poses a huge challenge to them. They're craftsmen and they're very good at what they do. And then we introduce all levels of technology and those things get missed, and not purposefully. They get missed just because it's new in the repair process. And we're hoping that this legislation helps bridge some of that.
Okay.
I would also add one last thing. What was that?
How you can go to a shop.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So one other thing is, you just caused me to kill my train of thought there. I think one of the things that's happening because this technology is, we refer to it kind of the Wild Wild West, going back to 2014 when this ADAS calibration thing first began. The body shop guys who are not technologically, I'm not saying all of them, but they're craftsmen, right? They've been taken advantage of by a lot of players in this industry that are not performing calibrations anywhere near what OEM recommendations are or requirements are. We can certify their space at their shop and then perform calibrations at their shop if their shop space meets certain criteria. The issue is when things are not being done under the right circumstances. And again, like the body shop owner being the bearer of responsibility needs to have, a sublet company like ours that is performing these things the right way as an option to them. So the markets right now, there's very few of us and a lot more of them. Okay. So.
Sponsor. One last, I apologize.
Go ahead.
Oh, he wants to.
So I do have one thing when it comes to the collision centers. This is an opportunity in a job market that is a little bit more difficult to bring new people into this industry doing completely different work than they had done before in the collision space.
Oh, okay.
So this is an opportunity. Many of the schools that we work with across the country are adding ADAS into their education process to be able to bring that into collision centers. So it's an opportunity for that center to bring in a new position into it and grow from there. And we've had, large MSOs that do extremely well with this work. We also have independent body shops that have grown their profitability and their ability to function significantly because they've embraced this early on and started to go through that learning process and do the calibrations correctly. And it put them in a new revenue stream within their operation and kept them alive where they may not have been if they hadn't.
Okay. Senator, on a little bit of a...
One more last thing. They are not a body shop, just so you know. So it doesn't mean this is all body shops. So like a body shop, you could do the work, the patch and paint, then you ship it to them, they'll calibrate it, and then take it back to you. So it's not like you're putting a body shop out of business.
Okay.
Sir, go ahead.
Just a little bit lighter.
Yes.
I think it was last week I was complaining about some lights on my dashboard, and you told me just put duct tape on it. So are you rescinding that?
Depends on what the light is.
Okay, and just a little bit lighter and all that kind of stuff. It was mentioned about what I think you said, 2014, the Wild Wild West. Yeah. I think that was an interesting time. I think there was a gentleman named Will Smith who was in a movie in 2014, Wild Wild West.
That was a serious question. All right, Senator James.
Thank you very much. And Very interesting, my dear friend. Senator Peake, I just want a quick question. Who are you representing? Because I'm going to ask just a few questions, and I wanted to make sure I knew who you were representing.
Here and the lady,
Well,
Sensi Auto Technology.
Just give me a sense of what type of companies are you representing here? Is it insurance companies, repair shops,
No.
manufacturers?
This company right here, Sensi Auto Technology.
They're the ones that calibrate it. They're
Okay.
the calibration shop.
So I think most of these questions you can follow up with me because I think they're substantial because I don't understand. I'm not familiar with all of this, although I'm very well aware of the modernity of cars. I have one just like you described that is trying to save me from myself, and I'm glad for it. And I do realize that, you know, it requires a lot of skill and that we have a real dichotomy here between the kids I grew up with. Everybody could repair a car, you know, everybody would be at the back and local repair people. But here's the 4 areas that I'm interested in. I want to know what other states are doing, not right at this moment. I want to understand how this bill relates to both dealers and their repair shops, which I'm sure the dealers would say they better have the most sophisticated equipment. They better have the best trained technicians. Especially when you get in the luxury car market and things like that. And then we have a multitudinous, far more independent shops, small mom and pop shops. I don't know how those two are dealt with under the bill, but my immediate reaction was we are about to create a very elaborate licensing. If it's not standardization, the state's going to weigh in. And there's going to be different entities feeling very differently about how they're being treated under the bill. One testimony, third question, American Property and Casualty Insurance Company, whether you agree with it or not, at least they really nicely wrote out their opposition and succinctly explained it to me. One of the comments they made is that this bill sort of assumes something called OEM are more than they are, and that it sounds like it's a very high standard or sort of, guidance, let's say, and that doesn't mean that guidance, which they tend to say is very risk averse, is necessarily required. So this is way over my head, but I get their point. So I don't even know what an OEM is. That'd be follow up.
I can deal with that.
And then I think I think I touched on it, but I want to go back to it. And you know this, whenever you start licensing a world or putting up safety and consumer stuff, there's a very good school of thought that says what you're doing is raising the barriers to get into a business, you're picking winners and losers, and some of that level is legit. We don't want a dentist who did not go to some dental school, let's say, but then you can add all kinds of layers of stuff. So I have a feeling that the bill's a good start, but I think it may be, as some of the people are indicating, a very high standard driven more by guidance than exactitude of what's required. And so I want you to come back on that. And then finally, the Washington Metropolitan Auto Body Association had just a provocative but thoughtful statement about, it looks like the state's going to jump into this very technical, highly complex area of advanced driver assistance systems, and yet the state itself does not currently have the level of expertise, the depth of knowledge that comes out of this industry. So to try to regulate it before they're really prepared to understand it and fully appreciate it would be challenging. That's a lot.
So let me dive into a couple of those.
I don't think you have to reply here, but I would love to be able to get back to me.
Let me dive a couple real quick.
Okay.
The first one, the new dealers. We talked about that. We have an amendment for that because they're already licensed. They deal with a lot with their actual manufacturers.
Yeah, I think
we're taking them out of the bill. OEM, that stands for Original Equipment Manufacturer.
Got it.
That's correct acronym, correct?
Thanks.
So basically, that's if you have a Chevy part, it is built to Chevy standard versus you going online, buying from a third party that it's not built to that specification.
Right. But there's
The licensing.
There's a bit even in that area. But
And that's,
I know, I'm well aware of it.
This bill, as I said, has nothing to do with parts.
I know it doesn't.
It has to deal with the calibration of it. When it came to licensing, we talked about that. We're taking licensing out of this and more about making sure that people are, John, what was the term we used?
Trained.
Training. They're trained. And testing for it. And then I want to take out of what I call this is more of a, think of it this way. It's like a body shop. 2 years ago, I was in Lake Placid, had to take my son playing ice hockey. He got hit, I had to take him to the hospital. We're coming back through the mountains at midnight. I hit a deer. And my wife's car, when I got home, I had to take it to a body shop.
Right.
That body shop, they fixed the front fender and everything. They did not do this type of systems on it.
Right.
And for 3 weeks, my wife's car kept flashing because it was not calibrated correctly.
Right.
So what I had to do is take it to a third party to have it calibrated correctly. Because the dealership, that body shop said, we don't do this.
Right.
That's kind of what this bill's saying is, hey, let's get it calibrated correctly. We're not requiring every body shop to do it.
Right.
We're just saying, hey, it has to be done.
Well,
Somebody has to,
this is
if
the
you're not
follow-up.
if you're not the body shop, then make sure you send it to somebody.
No, I get you.
So some of this I'll take offline and I'll work with,
Yeah.
Mr. Pika will work with you. And if, John, if you want to answer some of these questions.
Can I make a point, just when you address the next answering me, the other thing I understand is that, and this is a good debate and it's interesting, I can understand many dealers, manufacturers say, hey, when we sell this to you, we have the expertise, we have everything, we have the parts, we have the caliber, whatever this is, we do it. If you go, it's called the right of repair, but if you go outside of us and you don't meet our standards, then a lot of warranties are voided or no longer enforceable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that gets into this as well. But just throwing
thank
that
you.
out there, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Sure.
So addressing also the senator from Western Maryland, as well as the senator from Harford County, this is not going to run small shops out of business. They're doing the body work now on cars, and if they're not trained to do recalibration, they send that car to Sensi Auto Technologies or another recalibrating company, and then they send the car back to the body shop. If those body shops choose to be trained, they'll be able to do it in the future. So instead of licensing, we're going to do away with the licensing. We're going to require training in an amendment.
Okay, I didn't say you were going to put them out of business. I just think they're two very different entities, the smaller independent shops where they do calibration, and then the large manufacturers, and this bill has to be very sensitive to those two different areas, and we should discuss that, that's all.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Senator West.
I guess for the sponsor quickly, there's been a couple of references to amendments. I can't find any amendments in my packet. Are you going to get us copies of amendments that you're proposing?
So I know that Senator, if I can.
Sure.
Senator Jennings' office passed out reprints. So we have a reprint. The bill has a lot of amendments.
Okay,
Working with different industries.
I haven't seen any amendments. I think you make sure the committee members get the amendments.
Yeah, we'll work through council to get them to you.
Yes.
Sorry, I apologize.
So that's important because it sounds like there are quite a few. I thought the bill was a licensing bill. Now I find it's not a licensing bill. So the amendments will be significant. We need to read them.
And the reason, Senator, is a licensing will cost too much money.
Okay. No, I have no problem with that. We need to read the bill as we're expected to pass it. And then secondly, a couple of years ago with Mr. Popham, who's standing over there, I passed a bill that requires that the recalibration be done by certain national standards to make sure that there's standards employed. And perhaps the gentleman here could answer this question. You gave us a bunch of statistics when you stood up.
Yes, sir.
And it sounded to me as if you were saying that even despite our passage of that bill a couple of years ago, that current auto glass companies in Maryland are not adhering to the standards that we prescribed. Did I hear that correctly?
You did hear that correctly.
I did?
Yes.
So we passed a bill requiring certain standards to be met, and the auto glass companies are not adhering to the standards that we required?
I'm not indicting the entire industry. I'm just saying there's some players who are not abiding by it. Your bill, Senator West, spoke of OEM repair procedures to meet or exceed those repair procedures.
Yes. National standards.
Yeah. One of the reasons why we're here is I reviewed your bill.
Yeah.
And based on, this is my opinion as a professional in the industry, is like that the bill didn't go far enough to change the behaviors of what's happening out there.
Interesting. So tell me, since this bill is not a licensing bill, but just a training bill, as I understand from Mr. Pica, how is this bill going to ensure that the auto glass firms comply with the standards in the bill that we passed 2 years ago?
We established some penalties in this bill that I believe are reflected in the current draft that you have. They should be.
Okay.
We wanted to firmly establish across not just the glass industry, but the entire automotive industry. Glass certainly dominates the highest percentage of calibrations that happen.
Yep.
But we felt like the glass bill didn't go far enough to address the entire industry and correct some behavior there. I think there's very little awareness of the glass bill out in the field.
Interesting. Well, all we can do is pass bills, and if people don't pay attention to them, then we have to come back later on and put some teeth into the bills to make sure people do pay attention to them.
Yeah, and that was part of the driving for us.
Okay. Appreciate it. I applaud you bringing this bill. I'll look forward to reading the bill with the amendments. It sounds like an important bill we should consider. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions for this panel, thank you all very much. Thank you. We have a few other people signed up in favor of the bills. We'll hear from Benjamin Perconi, Christy Boyle. No, sorry, Christy, that was you. Sorry, Regina Ali. Sorry, Christy. And then everyone else is signed up favorable with amendments, so we'll hear from them next.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Regina Ali on behalf of AAA Club Alliance. To Senator West Point, we are actually here in support of Senate Bill 789. And to his point, Maryland took an important step back in 2023 by passing a law requiring glass shops to notify customers when a windshield repair triggers the need for ADAS recalibration. That statute ensures consumers are informed and that glass repairs adhere to OEM specifications. However, it applies only to motor vehicle safety glass facilities and addresses a narrow part of the ADAS ecosystem. Collision repairs, bumper replacements, suspension work, cooling, AC repairs, and body panel adjustments all affect cameras, radars, and sensors, and therefore also require precise calibration. ADAS technology is now present in an overwhelming share of late model vehicles. Let's see. Senate Bill 789 ensures that insurers cannot deny or disregard OEM specified safety procedures. Senate Bill 789 creates a comprehensive framework to ensure ADAS systems, which include features such as automatic emergency braking, lane keeping assistance, blind spot detection, and adaptive cruise control, are restored to proper working order after repairs. As ADAS becomes the safety backbone of modern vehicles, accurate calibration is not optional, it is life-saving. Excuse me. I lost my track here. Yeah, it is life-saving. Senate Bill 789 establishes professional standards and protects both consumers and road safety. We commend Senator Jennings for bringing this bill forward. We certainly appreciate this committee's commitment to traffic safety, and we respectfully urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 789. And I brought my colleague Ben Perconi for any technical questions, as he is our approved auto repair territory manager in Maryland. Thank you.
All right, questions from the committee? All right, thank you all very much. We'll now hear from those signed up for favorable with amendments. Mr. Oh, sorry, I think he was here for technical help. All right, so we'll now hear from Bruce Boriano, Bryson Popham. And we are joined virtually by David McColtz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Boriano. I'm here on behalf of LKQ Corporation in support of this legislation. I understand there are some amendments, and that's why I signed up. LKQ is a leading global provider of alternative and specialty parts for repairs and accessorizing automobiles and other vehicles. We offer customers a long line of replacement products. I use them myself, not as their lobbyist. They're a global company. Have over 46,000 employees. operating in 1,400 locations in 25 countries. LKQ has 4 facilities here in the state of Maryland, which are located in Baltimore, Easton, Halethorpe, and Gaithersburg. We support this legislation. We strongly applaud Senator Jennings with this bill, because the primary focus of this legislation is to make sure that every vehicle that is returned to the owner after repair is in its pre-accident condition, including all of the safety features that are on the vehicle presently. That is our real importance and our goal, and we support the bill in that regard, so that when someone gets it back from a body shop or repair shop or whatever, that everything that was in it as manufactured and provided for safety works and is included, and there's no problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bryson Pop, I'm appearing today before you on behalf of SafeLight. SafeLight is the leading provider of automotive safety glass replacement, repair, and recalibration services in the United States. I'm serving as the historian of this issue for you today because, as Senator West will recall, we did address this in 2023. In fact, the House Crossfile, which is the bill that passed that year, first defined the term ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, under Maryland law. It is also correct to say, although I am reluctant to do so, that when you heard testimony that there is some, and I emphasize some, there are some problems with certain facilities not giving adequate consumer notice disclosures when a vehicle is in need of recalibration. I hope everyone can appreciate how very, very important it is. If you start relying on the technology that's in your car and you take it out of the repair shop and it's not working, bad things can happen. This bill is intended to address that. It's the second half, Senator West, of what you did in 2023. It provides for a number of consumer notices, and what I'm describing here is the bill that will become before you in response to Senator West's request earlier in the form of an amendment. That amendment, which we will be working on with the sponsor and his witnesses over the next couple of days, will address the concerns that Senator James mentioned when she heard from APCIA earlier, and others who would have opposed the bill, but we hope the amendment will remove their objections and we'll be able to present a bill before you that you will desire to pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for those? All right, you're off the hook. All right, you go. Dave, you're up. Welcome. Grab him off of mute. David, you are up. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon, members of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to address you today. I'd like to open my testimony with a simple question. Would you board an airplane with a pilot who passed the multiple choice exam but never proved they could fly? I'm Dave Monkholtz, and I'm here today as an industry expert in automotive technician education and credentialing in support of Bill 789. I'm the founder and president of the International Advanced Vehicle Technology Education and Credentialing Coalition, or AVTEC. Today, the central question before you was whether to license. More importantly, I think it's how to ensure that a license, or whatever it is that is proposed, actually means something. The licensing of trades across all industries provides a cautionary precedent, as poorly designed programs often result in administrative burden and financial barriers for workers, as was mentioned earlier here today. But the failure of these programs is simple to explain. The method used to assess workforce competence is often misaligned, relying on paperwork and multiple choice exams rather than a verification of workers' ability. Would you board a plane with a pilot who passed the multiple choice exam and never proved the ability to fly? Of course not. And there are licensing measures in place to ensure that that would never happen. So as you weigh this much needed bill, please consider the requirements for technicians and shops to obtain this ADAS license. ADAS systems require precise calibrations carried out manually by a technician. Avtech has created ADAS industry standards and a certification program to ensure technicians don't just know how to calibrate a system, we make sure that they can actually do them. This is the evidence required for a successful program. We can provide this evidence to the state, greatly reducing the administrative and cost burdens related to establishing such a program. In closing, if the legislation, the goal of this legislation is public safety, then competence must be the standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. With that, that will conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 789. My apologies, we have two people sign up in opposition. We have Nancy Egan. Come on up. And then one person joining us virtually, Jordan Hendler. Hey, how are you? Nancy, if you could come up to the podium.
Oh, the podium?
If you're comfortable doing so, yes.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
I never testify here, so I get a little confused. Hi, I'm Nancy Egan with American Property Casualty Insurance Association. As you are aware, we had an unfavorable written testimony in front of you. We've had some amendments that have been shared with us, and we have been speaking to the different parties, and we believe with the amendments, we would be moved off the bill and would support it with those amendments.
Excellent to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, Ms. Hendler, you're up.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jordan Hendler. I'm the Executive Director for the Washington Metro Auto Body Association. And as Senator McKay just actually did a very good job of summarizing the pieces of the bill that we do take exception to, which is that these multiple levels of agency would need to be created. And I won't repeat what she said, but to add to that, I would say that we do take exception as well to some of the licensing, how that would work, how those who would be inspected, that it would be a knowledgeable person. And like was testified earlier, those shops who are qualified based on their level of equipment does not necessarily mean that a calibration can take place positively, even under the best conditions. So even with amendments that have been shared, I think I do have the most recent version. There is still a problem with we have questions about aftermarket modifications, whether or not the consumer would still have the choice to waive their calibration validation, especially if they're paying out of pocket. Some of the language proposed using the word insured implies it's an insurance-driven transaction, and rather than a consumer protection issue where they are the vehicle owner. And absolutely parts are a factor here. I don't want people to misunderstand, because even if it's glass, even any other part, whether or not it's an OEM part or an aftermarket part, whether it's the part itself or modules in play, there are concerns about that, because those tend to come up with issues. So different than other states, this unfairly penalizes the repairers and has unequal accountability of the insurers who consistently pressure shops for the lowest possible reimbursement rate, such as for like mobile or parking lot calibrations, even when the OEM requires the level floor. I know I'm running out of time, but I would say rather than legislating Marylanders, we know there is federal efforts in place that will take care of this for the nation and not necessary for the state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hendler. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, that will end the hearing for Senate Bill 789. Thank you, Senator Jennings. We'll now move on to Senator Sidnor with Senate Bill 856.
Just having everyone join me. Have a seat. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Senator Sidnor here testifying in support of Senate Bill 856. So in December, my office was approached by the National Center on Institutions and Alternatives, which is a constituent and operates in District 44, with a request for us to review current requirements and examine legislation to modernize Maryland's driver's license requirements. NCIA operates vocational and workforce development programs that support individuals seeking stable employment in high-demand industries, including construction, logistics, warehousing employments in high-demand industries, including construction, logistics, automotive trades, and public safety. Many of their participants are highly motivated individuals who are ready and able to work but are systematically excluded from opportunity due to Maryland's uniquely burdensome licensing requirement. Maryland uses a graduated licensing system called the Rookie Driver Program. The process consists of 3 stages. First is the learner's permit, which requires the individuals to be at least 15 years of age and 9 months. Pass a vision screening and pass a 25-question written knowledge test. Next is a provisional license, which can be obtained at 16 years and 6 months and maintains a multiplicity of requirements, including the completion of a Maryland-approved driver education course, complete a supervised practice log, holding a learner's permit for a specific period, and passing the driver's skills test at the MVA. Finally, after holding the provisional driver's license for 18 months without any traffic convictions, the individual becomes eligible for an official driver's license. While the vast majority of states have a 3-stage graduated program, Maryland is one of the only states in the country that requires 18-month provisional license requirements for new adult drivers. The majority of states grant full licenses at adulthood or earlier after completion of the training requirements. NCIA brought to our attention that during this period, many employers will not hire adults holding provisional licenses due to insurance restrictions that require a full driver's license. This effectively creates an 18-month delay to employment for otherwise qualified adults. The majority of the participants in NCIA's programs do not currently have licenses. Even the adults over 25 exempted from 60 hours of supervised driving practice, the journey to a full license can take nearly 2 years, even when they are responsible and capable. Senate Bill 856 provides a legislative remedy to this workforce barrier by amending the current law to eliminate the 18-month provisional requirement for Marylanders over the age of 18 years old. They still must complete all of the other statutory requirements, including driver's license or driver's education, supervised practice, and passing the driving skills test at the MVA. I do have one amendment for the committee to fix a drafting error in the original bill and maintain the same age categories in the practice requirements as exist under current law. The only difference being that only people under the age of 18 will receive provisional licenses. Everyone else over 18 would qualify for a regular license immediately after the completion of an existing statutory requirements. In conclusion, Senate Bill 856 will align Maryland's driver's license system with most other states in the country by removing the burdensome 18-month provisional license requirement for adults that is limiting Maryland's employers from filling critical roles at a time when workforce shortages continue to be a major economic concern. For these reasons, I request a favorable report to Senate Bill 856 and will turn this over to my panel. Would you like to?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you, Senator Sidnor, for sponsoring Senate Bill 856. This bill is about aligning Maryland's driver's license system with workforce realities. My name is Carol Largo. I serve as the CEO of the National Center on Institutions and Alternatives. And through our vocational training center in Baltimore City, we train 250 adults per year in high-demand trades, HVAC, automotive, and commercial driver's license. Our vocational training graduates complete the required driver education, supervised practice hours, and pass road tests, but they still have to wait 18 months to be able to go into employment. Because all first-time drivers, regardless of age, require the provisional license period. In the Baltimore region today, there are hundreds of open trade jobs, many paying $30 an hour or more. Employers in these fields require employees to have full driver's license. As a result, otherwise qualified adults are unable to begin working in the careers that they are trained for. This bill does not eliminate driver's education, testing, supervised practice, or penalties. Teen graduate licensing protections remain intact. The strongest safety evidence for extended provisional systems apply to teen drivers, not adults. This bill removes a waiting period, not safety standards, and helps Maryland adults enter high-demand careers more quickly. We respectfully request a favorable report. And I think now we're turning it over to Brendan.
Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the committee. My name is Brendan Hellwig. I co-authored a report published this week by the ABLE Foundation on driver's license barriers to employment in Baltimore. I'm here to share what we found and why this bill matters. Maryland's provisional licensing system was enacted in 1998 to reduce crash risk among teen drivers, and that was sound policy. SB 856 preserves it. What it addresses is the unintended consequence of applying that same 18-month requirement to adults, a population the original law was never primarily designed to address. 3 facts frame why this matters. First, Maryland is an outlier. In at least 40 states, an adult who passes the road test receives a full license with no provisional waiting period. The factors driving our Maryland's fatality trends, impaired driving, urban density, long commutes, have nothing to do with whether a 20-year-old has held a provisional license for a year and a half, or goes directly to a full license like our neighbor states that share our roads. The levers that matter for safety are enforcement, infrastructure, and impaired driving prevention. Second, provisional status creates a direct employment barrier. Employers in HVAC, logistics, and commercial trade require a full license for insurance purposes. In the past year alone, 10% of NCIA's trainees were designed jobs solely because of this provisional status, for positions paying $18 to $30 an hour. Just for them, that's $140,000 in lost tax revenue per year for the state from these grads alone. Third, this burden falls hardest on those who can least afford it. Our report found that driver's licensure carries the widest racial and economic disparity of any economic barrier measured in the Baltimore region out of 29 different categories surveyed. SB 856 preserves every safety requirement. It simply allows adults who have met every competency standard to receive a full license and get to work. Thank you.
Good morning. My fault. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ian Jackson. I'm 18 years old and a graduate of the HVAC program at the NCIA Vocational Training Center in Baltimore. I completed the program, earned my certifications, and passed my road test. I currently hold a provisional driver's license. My older brother completed the same HVAC program before me. He had a full driver's license when he graduated and was hired immediately. He now earns $31 an hour. I completed the same training and met the same requirements. The only difference between us is that I hold a provisional driver's license. Even though I am legally allowed to drive, I have been denied employment because employers' insurance requires a full, unrestricted license. I did everything I was asked to do, finish school, pass my test, and follow the rules, but I still cannot begin my career. I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jaden Jones. I am 24. I am a graduate of the automotive program at the NCIA Vocational Training Center. I completed my training and certifications, and I passed my road test, and I currently hold a provisional driver's license. Automotive jobs require me to drive customer vehicles, and employers' insurance policies requires a full driver's license. Since graduating, I have interviewed with Jiffy Lube, Midas, and Prep Boys, and was not hired because I currently hold a provisional license. I am legally allowed to drive. I completed all required educational testing, but because of the 18-month waiting period, I unfortunately was not hired. This bill does not remove safety requirements. It simply allows adults who have not met all requirements to work. I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much,
Mr. Chair, we
Senator.
have two other people from the panel that just couldn't fit up here. If you wouldn't mind, would they be
Yeah,
able to-
absolutely. Yeah. I just want, before you switch over, I just want to say, Ian, thank you for your testimony. Fantastic job. That was excellent. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith and the committee. My name is Eric Brown, and I'm the Program Director of the Vocational Training Center, NCIA. I am proud to speak in support of Senate Bill 856. At the Vocational Training Center, we serve Marylanders who are determined to change the trajectory of their lives. Many of our students come from communities shaped in generational poverty, under-resourced schools, and limited access to opportunity. Some are returning home from incarceration, seeking a second chance. Others come to us to gain professional skills needed to support themselves and their families. Despite those challenges, they show up. They commit to rigorous training in CDL, HVAC, and automotive technology. They complete hands-on instruction, workforce development training, and our national industry-recognized certifications that prepare them for careers in high-demand fields. Our students are resilient. At the VTC, more than 80% of participants graduate, and eventually 70% secure employment after completion. However, just as our graduates reach the finish line, they encounter an unintended barrier. Even after completing driver education, passing road tests, adults still receive a provisional driver's license. For many employers, that single word becomes a disqualifier. Each cohort, we see graduates denied employment because their license is provisional rather than full, often due to company and insurance requirements. Our students have done everything asked of them. They prepared themselves for opportunity, and we know that success happens when preparation meets opportunity. Yet graduates stand at the door of opportunity and are denied access because of a single word on their license. This bill ensures that a procedural delay does not stand in the way of their progress. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 856. Thank you for your time.
And there's one other online, or should be. You don't see him online? Okay, then I guess that closes our panel.
Good. All right, questions from the committee? Thank you very much. All right, thank you, Senator. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you all.
Awesome job, Ian. All right. All right, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 856. We'll now move on to the final bill of the day. Senator Love, Senate Bill 909. Yes, please. Now let me look through it.
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, members of JPR. I am Senator Sarah Love, happy to be here to present to you SB 909, which would create a framework for autonomous vehicles. If enacted, this bill would authorize the MVA to set up regulations that would lead to the use of autonomous vehicles on Maryland's roads. Earlier this session, we had a briefing on AVs, which hopefully gave you a grounding in this issue and answered some of your questions. SB 909 creates the legislative framework an autonomous vehicle would need to legally use the roads in Maryland. It authorizes the MVA and the Maryland Insurance Administration to establish the standards and requirements necessary for autonomous vehicles to operate safely here in Maryland. There are also provisions to include our first responders and public safety officers, so they have the training, protocols, and understanding of how these vehicles work and what interactions with autonomous vehicles would look like. To date, half the states have passed substantially similar legislation, including our neighbors in Pennsylvania and West Virginia. And just this week, I believe, Virginia passed out of the Senate over the House to the House similar legislation. By passing SB 909, we would join those states and create the legislative framework necessary. AVs are a part of everyday life for hundreds of thousands of Americans every month. Whether they be passengers who cannot drive themselves or do not wish to, they can access autonomous vehicles, providing them freedom of movement and an additional choice on how to interact with the world. Autonomous vehicles offer a safer alternative for those who could be subject to the biases of a human driver, including members of the blind community, who have many stories of other ride-sharing drivers refusing to pick them up. We hear lots of bills in this committee about cameras to address drivers who are speeding, rolling stop signs, and driving distracted. An autonomous vehicle doesn't do any of that, nor does it drive drunk, get tired, or respond emotionally to other drivers' conduct. It doesn't just quickly check a text. As a result, in states where robotaxis currently operate, data show they are significantly safer than a human driver. To be sure, they are not perfect, and they are constantly learning. We know that, we've heard the stories, but I also say we can't judge them against the perfect. The data shows they are safer than human drivers. That said, we cannot rest on that alone, which is why the bill includes language for MVA to pull the registration if vehicles are not safe. To be clear, though, this bill is more than a robotaxi bill. It will spur innovation and allow existing companies to grow and innovate around the autonomous shuttles, parking, and more. I do want to note that we hear constantly that the AVs that you or I could buy and be on the road with are 10 years away. We've heard that for 15 years. So if we pass this bill, rest assured we're not all going to be going out and buying autonomous vehicles tomorrow. So that is not going to happen, A. And B, this legislation also lays out the framework to start moving forward. So SB 909 is a foundational piece of the puzzle in expanding transportation options for all Marylanders. Now, before I close, I do want to let you know that there will be some amendments. We've been in conversations with MDOT and MVA on those amendments. We're also got some technical things that the Maryland Insurance Administration wants to put in there. We're also going to ensure that as part of their rulemaking authority, MVA includes stakeholders, including labor, AV stakeholders, the MIA, disability advocates, law enforcement, MACO, and others. We want to make sure that everybody is at the table. We'll be taking out the language on local preemption because that's already covered in existing law. So we wouldn't be doing anything to change existing law. With that, I will turn it over to the rest of my panel, and I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 909. Administrator, would you go next?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Chrissy Nizer, Motor Vehicle Administrator and Chair of the Connected and Automated Vehicle Working Group. As you know, I was in front of you during the briefing. MDOT has a letter of support. As the Senator said, we've been working closely with her on some amendments to ensure the safety of these vehicles on our roadway. That is our core principle. For that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We'll let the position paper speak for itself, and there are many other members of the panel who I know have additional perspectives. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, great to be here. I don't find myself in this committee room very frequently, so it's nice to pop in for a visit. I'm learning a lot here today. For the record, my name is Kelly Schultz, and I'm the CEO of the Maryland Tech Council, and I am in full support of Senate Bill 909. This bill would create a legal framework in Maryland for fully autonomous vehicles, creating a pathway for motor vehicles to operate without a human driver. The bill sets standards for how these vehicles can be used in public roads and highways in Maryland and addresses necessary safety and data privacy issues. I was also happy to be at the briefing that was conducted at the beginning of the legislative session and hear the really robust conversation. I had an opportunity to go to Phoenix to visit the Waymo facilities in Phoenix, and very, very impressed on the operational status and just kind of the vibe that you get within that community and the trust that they have in the company and these vehicles specifically. AV providers such as Waymo are already safely doing this in other areas. Like I said, I had the wonderful opportunity to visit Phoenix and to see how that was working. And now it's time, I believe, for Maryland to demonstrate that we support and fully embrace cutting-edge technology. This bill sends a strong signal that Maryland intends to compete in this rapidly evolving sector, aligning state law with future-oriented industries like automated systems, signals to national and global tech firms that Maryland is a welcoming place to do business. We like that. This bill aligns with MTC's broader perspective on other innovative ways to grow and attract technology and life science businesses alike. And for all of those reasons, Mr. Chair, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 909. Thank you so much.
Chairman Smith, Vice Chairman Wallstreicher, and members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Anthony Perez, and I serve as a Northeast Policy Manager for Waymo, the self-driving autonomous car technology company. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 909. What began in 2009 as a Google moonshot is now a safer and more accessible transportation option for millions of Americans. Today, Waymo operates 24/7, fully autonomous ride-hailing service in major metro areas, including Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Austin, Atlanta, Miami, and last week we launched in Orlando, Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio. And we also announced our intention to launch in Charlotte and in Chicago. We are investing in several more communities across the U.S., including Baltimore, where we hope to serve the public in the near future. We're proud of the support that we've received to date from governors, city and state officials across the country. Every week, Waymo provides more than 400,000 rides, and last year, our lifetime total exceeded 20 million rides. As of this year, our automated driving technology, which we call the Waymo Driver, has traveled nearly 200 million miles on public roads without a human behind the wheel. Safety is at the core of our mission and to be the world's most trusted driver. There is a persistent road safety crisis that claims 40,000 lives annually in the U.S., but we believe that our technology can help make roads safer by eliminating human errors like impairment, distraction, and speeding. These are things that contribute to the vast majority of these preventable deaths, actually 94% of them. Our peer-reviewed analysis of our driving data shows that this is working. Based on 127 million fully autonomous miles, the data shows that Waymo vehicles are 10 times safer when it relates to serious injury or worse crashes, and up to 12 times safer as it relates to pedestrians. Our technology is also delivering new opportunities for those who face transportation barriers. We will hear more about folks in the community who are blind or have low vision, neurodivergent, elderly, epileptic, and otherwise unable to drive. As we speak today, thousands of Americans, many of whom cannot drive themselves, will use this service in their daily lives. By passing SB 909, Maryland can lead the way in securing a safer, more accessible, and more competitive future for transportation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. It's nice to be back in JPR. My name is Ronza Othman, and I serve as president of the National Federation of the Blind of Maryland. NFB of Maryland is the state's oldest and largest organization of and for blind, low vision, and deaf-blind individuals. Our members are not able to get driver's license, and we depend on public transportation and other means to move about our communities. The transportation options that exist are insufficient, inefficient, and costly. Independent travel for a person with a disability is filled with indignities. Throw in the discrimination we experience because of our guide dogs, long white canes, wheelchairs, and other mobility aids, and it is intolerable. But the advent of Category 4 and 5 AVs is a true game changer for people with disabilities. I don't have a guide dog, but I tend to experience at least a handful of rideshare denials each week. When the driver pulls up and sees that I'm blind, or when I text them to ask that they honk when they arrive so that I know that they're there for me. Just yesterday, I was late to work because a rideshare driver refused to take me because he said, quote, "It's not worth the money since he could get more rides in the time it would take for him to help me." Last winter, I traveled in an autonomous vehicle for the first time in a different state. I independently ordered the vehicle. It came to get me. I got in. It took me where I wanted to go, In-N-Out Burger, and then I called one to take me home. I even got it to sing a little jingle for me so that I knew it was my particular vehicle. It didn't discriminate against me because I was blind. It probably had no idea I was blind. And since it was an AV, it didn't care. People say that AVs are unsafe or they get lost in airport parking lots. I've had human drivers that are unsafe, sleepy, tired, texting, distracted, drunk, and so on, but this is not an issue for an AV. I've also had human drivers get lost in an airport parking lot, but at least someone's monitoring the AV, or I could request assistance to get out when I get stuck. AV technology is a game changer because it gives us choices to travel independently with dignity, and therefore I urge a favorable report on SB 909. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your testimony, and you chose correctly with In-N-Out Burger. Hope you ordered off menu, animal style. There you go. All right. We're going to turn it over for just questions for this panel, then we'll cycle to the next. So Senator Henson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the bill sponsor for the opportunity for the briefing and for what seems like a tremendous amount of work that you put into this subject matter in the interim and preparing for the briefing and today. Have you had an opportunity to review the opposition testimony to the bill?
I have. Thank you for bringing that up. I actually was very surprised because this is the second year with this bill. And I have not heard from labor at all. So the moment I read that testimony, I had my office reach out to them and set a meeting, to offer to set a meeting to talk to them because their voice is important. And there are two things that I included even before I saw their concerns. One is to have them at the table with MVA. As they're doing their rulemaking. And then the second one, and I should have mentioned this, my apologies, one of the amendments that MDOT has is going to be a labor study. So you all will see that when we get that together.
Do you, is it putting the cart before the horse to authorize the use of autonomous vehicles before a labor study is commissioned? How do you feel about doing those things together as opposed to understanding the impact on labor and then crafting legislation with the impact on labor in mind? What's your thoughts there?
Thank you for that question. I had a feeling you were going to ask that question when I brought that study up. So I think it actually makes sense the way we've drafted it. They're at the seat of the table when MVA is working on the regulations, and then we get to see how things happen as the AVs are in operation. And then they also have the history of what's happening in all of these other cities and states where robotaxis are operating.
Okay, I appreciate your response. A few other questions. How are you addressing biases and algorithms? We know that when people used to hail a cab, let's say you were in a city, and the biases that existed in a human operator, that biases also exist in algorithms, and when you're programming computers, maybe they don't want to go to certain communities or, you know, whatever that might exist. I didn't see anything in the bill that would make sure those things were prohibited or that we were putting up guardrails or safeguards around that. How do you envision, I would assume it would be an amendment unless I overlooked it in the bill, but how do you as the sponsor envision that working with this technology?
That is a great question, Senator. I'll let some of the folks who are actually in the field answer that, but I am absolutely willing to put in an amendment that would address that. Happy to.
May I also ask about the data? I know how important data privacy is to you, and I saw that there were provisions in there. Are there guardrails in there around the commoditizing of data? When understanding that the data could be kept private, but what you learn about human behavior, that is a valuable piece of information. If you know consumer habits, if you know about where people frequent, if you know about your customer and you know that these types of customers like to go to these places at these times, and you get this pattern of human behavior that you now understand because of your operation of the vehicle, and you can sell or commoditize that data, it then becomes very profitable. Are you handling that in the bill, or as the sponsor, how do you envision that we should tackle that with new technology?
Thank you, Senator. That is handled in the bill with a reference to the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act, because all of that is included in the Online Data Privacy Act. You can't collect information based on someone, you can't collect someone's location. That's considered sensitive information. All that sort of information is handled under MODPA. While these will have to collect their location information, they can't then sell it. So any information that they do collect, they cannot commoditize. Is that right? Commoditize?
Sounds good. How do we police and enforce that? How would we know if they were aggregating and selling it?
So that's up to the Attorney General. I fought tooth and nail. I wanted a private right of action in that bill, and I lost. Okay. But that is up to the Attorney General.
Okay. And the Attorney General would have to monitor, or I've tried to figure out how someone would know kind of in the ether of information how companies were, not violating that right, that law.
Sure. So the Attorney General could probably, well, not probably, they could answer this far better than I could, but it would be either working with other states, because we know when it comes to online data privacy and biometrics and that sort of stuff, that the AGs certainly do talk to each other and what they're seeing and what they're doing. Illinois has a private right of action when it comes to biometrics, and a lot of other states, when their AG saw those, they then brought suit. So the states look at each other and talk to each other. It also could be if something was brought to them, if a complaint was brought to them. So there are a whole host of ways that the Attorney General would learn about it. I know they also have specific individuals that are looking into privacy issues. I don't remember the name of the unit that the Attorney General wants to set up, but I know that they have people that are on top of privacy issues.
Appreciate that. Does the bill have anything on local control? I think some of the testimony spoke about some of the roads are maintained by the municipalities and the counties, and some of them have roads that might not be appropriate. They have roads that are smaller, that don't have the striping down the center, that don't have a shoulder of the road, and they wanted to make sure that that putting autonomous vehicles on the road didn't creep down into requiring those sorts of things in the future and put a burden on the counties and municipalities. Is there anything in the legislation that gives local control about requiring or restricting where the vehicles could operate?
So there was a section in there about preemption. That is coming out because we don't want to change anything about current law. So this bill won't affect anything about current law when it comes to that.
Okay. And then may I ask a question of Administrator Neiser? Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. At the briefing, I was wondering what would be an appropriate fee for this service. I know that we have our vehicle registration fees, and I don't know if you were here when Senator Hershey brought his bill that would make a change in the way that we register vehicles throughout the state of Maryland. But we've made changes over the years in terms of vehicle registration fees. But in my mind, if we are going to authorize this technology, and there's just a small handful of companies that would benefit from this technology, this sounds like a great opportunity to make sure that the cost burden that we have put on the taxpayers and the residents of the state of Maryland, that maybe we do some burden shifting. And if it's one company that doesn't have to hire employees, that stands to make a bunch of money, maybe we ask that company to pay a little bit more than we're asking the residents of the state of Maryland. So have you thought about what an appropriate fee would be for a vehicle registration fee, or for whatever the permit is that it's called in the bill, what that sort of fee structure would look like?
But thank you for the question. And yes, it was a good one that you asked at the briefing. So we know what process goes into our current highly automated vehicle permit process. This would be different, obviously, because that's a testing process. So we can quantify what internal state resources are used for that process. Going forward under this bill, it truly would be an operational model where any company could operate if they followed within the guidelines that the legislature ultimately puts in place, and then there's regulations. The vehicles would pay the standard vehicle registration, titling fee. If it's an electric vehicle, it would pay that surcharge. If there was a desire for the legislature to add additional fee, obviously we'd have to look at what the structure is to know what our costs would be as the MBA to regulate them, but you would just simply need to authorize that as part of the legislation that's put forward.
Okay. Some of the testimony that we got, it spoke about in the instances of liability, making sure you can find the appropriate party to sue, to reach out to. When a vehicle is registered, if the person, right now, it would be a person, and that person has to identify, they have to have an address, and then you can find that person. Mm-hmm. If it's a company that's registering the vehicle, can you educate me on how that's different?
Sure, because companies register vehicles, obviously, today. The company's name is still on that registration. They still have to have an address. We still have, say, a number. As you have a driver's license number, they have a number that's assigned to them, essentially a business number that allows us to know all the vehicles that are registered to that company to help for tracking purposes and other reasons. So we would be able to identify who is the registered owner of that vehicle.
So if you're sitting at a red light and that Waymo vehicle bumps your car and no one's sitting in the car, like typically you would say to the person behind you, I'd like to see your license, let's exchange information, and then you could call them, call their insurance company. But if you get out and there's no one sitting in that vehicle, how does the person figure out what the next step is and what to do to figure out how to contact their insurance company? Like, could you talk me through how that would go with a driverless vehicle?
Sure, and that's why I think the customer education piece is a big component of what we as the state would need to do, and that's why that law enforcement and first responder plan is also a very important component that any company who is interested in moving forward under this regulatory framework would have to submit. And so that would enable law enforcement and first responders to know what to do, not only if a crash happened, but if there was any issue where there was more significant harm to somebody, not just a vendor in terms of liability. We would have the information in the system. Law enforcement would know that it is a vehicle. We would identify it in our system as an automated vehicle, so they would be able to determine that through the registration, just as they can determine today when one of those highly automated vehicle permits has been issued. And so, that would all be accessible in our electronic system that law enforcement can see in their vehicle.
How many registered drivers, licensed drivers are there in the state of Maryland, like roughly?
It's just under, I think it's like 4.8 million, around that.
I think the fiscal note says you could implement this with existing resources. So we could educate 4.8 million drivers in the state of Maryland of what to do if your car is in an accident with a driverless vehicle and you're trying to figure out how you exchange information like you would with a human being. We could do that with existing resources at the MVA.
So we've already started educating new drivers about both automated vehicles and connected vehicles. We think that's important. So driver education in Maryland is required for everybody, as we are aware, and so that's something that we can easily touch our new drivers. We've got opportunities both at renewal, we've got insurance, there's various touch points that we have that we would certainly use to educate. We also know, just based on what's happened in other states, and it kind of gets to the point that Senator Love was making earlier, you know, when these companies come into new markets, they come in slow and then progress more. So we will see fewer vehicles initially, knowing that that's going to grow and we've got to be prepared for it, but there is the ability to ramp up. We think that we'd use existing mechanisms that we have in place to do that education and to make sure people are aware. And we'd also work with our partners on that. As part of the Connected and Automated Vehicle Working Group, frankly, we've got most local jurisdictions partnering with us. You know, we've got other state agencies who work collaboratively. So it's not just the MBA and MDOT as a whole doing the advertisement. It really is kind of an all of state government and local government approach.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. If you did have to educate 4.8 million drivers on what to do if an autonomous vehicle bumps your car, if you're in a fender bender, how you exchange information, could you do that with existing resources?
Yes, we would add it to existing information that we communicate to people about how to handle any kind of situation where they have some sort of emergency or they're in a crash.
Okay.
So we'd update that information.
That's very impressive. Yes, that is. I'm very impressed. One of the testimonies in the bill folder talked about level 3 ADS vehicles. Could you educate me a bit on what that is?
I don't know what context they were talking about that, but there is technology in vehicles today, as we talked about during the briefing, that is on the way to that full automation. And so there's various technology in your vehicle, whether that's lane assist, whether it's adaptive speed control, whether that's providing information to you as the driver in terms of various things, in terms of objects in the road and those pieces. And so ADAS features are part of our vehicle technology today and, what we're seeing in newer vehicles today. And so part of our effort, frankly, talk about educating on the automated vehicles, we're trying to educate our customers too on what's in their vehicles today, not to turn it off, how to use it. It's called different things, as we talked about, in different manufactured vehicles. And so how do we make sure people are paying attention at that level 3? That's really the risk, that you're not thinking that the vehicle is taking care of whatever that functionality is and disengaging as a driver, because that's where we have seen crashes occur, when somebody is not paying attention the way they need to with those lower level features, and they really do need to be still actively aware of what's going on and engaged.
So I'm unfamiliar. I'm asking earnestly because I don't know. A level 3 is a vehicle that does some things on its own.
That's right. And we can give you the formal SAE definition. There's 1 through 5, as we've kind of talked about, with full automation at the end, and each stage as you progress through that. But we can certainly give you the full definition of each of those stages.
Is level 3 authorized in Maryland now?
So level 3 has some of those automated features. It doesn't rise to the level of fully automated, as this bill would allow that fully automated without somebody behind the wheel. As we've seen even with the Waymo vehicles that are doing the mapping in Baltimore, there is somebody behind the wheel as that is occurring. Even though those vehicles could drive in an automated function, they are doing it with somebody behind the wheel.
I thought I saw in the testimony that someone was saying, why isn't level 3 included? So I was trying to figure out, is level 3 authorized in Maryland now?
I'd have to look at the specific testimony in terms of their question, but I'd be happy to get back to you. I haven't seen that specific reference.
Some of the testimony also talked about basically the companies that have the technology would be self-certifying, that the way that it is, it's a registration of the vehicle. So we would be relying on them to say that their vehicle was road safe. They would have to do that. Not that MVA, like I took my car for an emissions test, and that they looked at it to say it has these certain standards, and so it was MVA that was independently looking to say this is what's under the hood and happening. But that under the bill, we would be relying on the company itself to register their vehicle without us doing any independent verification. Is that your understanding of how it
No,
goes
not
in the bill?
necessarily. I mean, those standards would still be in place as a vehicle would be registered and titled. They'd still go through the same process of being required to do safety inspections, to do vehicle emission inspections if they're required. Now, obviously, if they're all electric vehicles, they're just like any other all-electric vehicle, not required to go through vehicle emission testing specifically. There are standards that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has in terms of all newly manufactured vehicles, right? And part of that is a self-certification standard, even for the vehicles that you're buying today that are not fully automated. Now, there are testing that manufacturers are required to go through and provide those documentation to NHTSA in terms of the various crash test standards, and those standards are established, obviously, at the federal level, not really at the state level. On the state level, we're more engaged with the safety inspection standards and those things to make sure the roadworthiness, in particular, of the used vehicles that are re-registered.
I think the parallel it was making is that when a person gets their driver's license, they have to sit with an instructor. They have to first start with a written exam, and they have to pass that exam for the permit. They have to sit with an instructor. The instructor tests them for basic skills and says, you've passed the test. But they're saying that under this, there's only a registration. There's no sort of certification to say, because we're not just, it's not, the vehicle is the driver. So we don't have a standard in here to say that MVA independently is looking at the vehicle to say vehicle as driver, not vehicle as machine, you pass the test. So what's your perspective on
So
that?
I'd say every company that we've been partnering with to do testing and ultimately deployment has been very transparent about how their technology works to ensure that the vehicles are safe behind the road. That being said, as Senator Love said, we want assurances that the state can take swift action if we think that there is anything unsafe happening on the roadway. That's why there's language in the amendments you'll see making it very clear that we can pull registrations if there's unsafe conditions. It provides provisions in order to address those, but we did want to make sure there was a very certain regulatory structure that the state can take action from a safety standpoint. So we believe that with the framework that we've established through the legislation that we can address that.
If you had to certify the vehicle as driver, like you certify human as driver, what sort of resources would you need at the MVA to make those sort of those assessments in-house?
So I think that when we've done various new technologies like this, we've really worked with our partners at Maryland State Police because, as you know, they do that safety inspection piece, and it really is a kind of a joint process in terms of looking at new technology. That being said, we probably want to be careful about not taking functions that are at the federal level, right? There are already things that are being filed there in terms of vehicle functioning and those kind of things. So we would want to be careful that whatever we're doing is clearly that state function versus what the federal government is responsible for.
You mentioned the ability to suspend the registration if there's a safety issue. Some of the testimony mentioned that unlike a human being, I am one person, but the vehicle is linked to software that is system-wide. So if you're going to suspend the registration, then the testimony says it would stand to reason that you would suspend the registration for the entire program, because it's like when you do a hard reset of a program, you have to sometimes shut down the whole system and do a reboot and say, if this particular vehicle has a bug, has a feature, has a flaw, then I have to make sure that all of the vehicles are safe. I'm not going to wait for the next one to crash or the next flaw to happen. I, as the administrator, am going to shut the program down or the company down until I can certify the safety of all these vehicles on the road. What's your perspective on that?
That is correct. I think if we thought that there was something fundamental in the software or the technology of a particular company that was authorized to operate in the state of Maryland, that action would be about all of those vehicles registered under that company. Wouldn't impact other companies who may be operating because that is unique to that particular company. So not shutting down necessarily the whole program, but for that operating environment, if the concern raised to that level of safety. And that's why we want to make sure we have that amendment language in there.
How would you know?
How would we know?
Yeah.
So there is reference to incidents that occur. Obviously, we would, if there's a crash that happened, if there was an issue that occurred. And the good thing is these are operating in other states as well, right? So it may be that we find out about an issue in another jurisdiction. We have the conversation. We have concerns. Obviously, there's a vetting process. We wouldn't just immediately take action without appropriate information. But I think that we have existing authority today to take action on an individual vehicle, to your point, if it's unsafe. The same kind of principles hold true when those vehicles are controlled under the same operating structure and software.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator West and then Senator McKay. I know this is a new technology. I know my sense is we may have to take some of these questions offline so that we can get all the answers that we need. So Senator West, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let's try a couple of them. So I'm going through, I think, Ms. Neiser, if you would continue to remain at the podium, I think most of my questions will be directed to you. The fully autonomous vehicle is defined as including a motor vehicle equipped with a level 4 or 5 system. What is, and it also says, and it's as defined by a document published in April 2021, 5 years ago. And the bill proposes to put that into statute. So 5 years from now, the statute will refer to standards adopted 10 years earlier, and 10 years from now, a statute document 15 years earlier. Do you think it's a good idea to put a 1921, in this fast developing area of autonomous vehicles, does it make sense to put a 1921 document into our statute?
So I will say those standards are fundamental. Those are something that all states follow, those same standards in terms of level of autonomy of vehicles. And so I do think it's appropriate. It is the language that is used to define the technology in a vehicle. So I think referencing that does provide clear guidelines. And again, as I said to Senator Henson, happy to provide those exact standards to you if that's helpful, so you can see that in black and white.
What's the difference between level 4 and level 5?
I don't have the exact levels in front of me, so I'm sorry. I'm happy to provide that to you. But yeah, it is basically the difference in the level of autonomy, with 5 being the most automated, not requiring any human intervention at that point.
Okay. On page 5 of the bill, there's a reference to the first responder interaction plan must contain information on how to communicate with a fleet support specialist. And it suggests that this fleet support specialist would be available 24/7 because these vehicles will be operated 24/7. How is that going to work? Is the fleet support specialist here in Maryland or in Arizona or where?
That may be a question better asked of the actual providers. We worked very closely. We have a first responder subcommittee as part of the Connected and Automated Vehicle Working Group. They've put together recommendations in terms of what those plans need to entail. Obviously, once those plans are submitted to the state, we would review them, ask any questions. If there was a desire, again, of the legislature to in some way limit or prescribe operation and what that looks like, I mean, certainly this legislation would be a vehicle to do that.
Okay, next question. The vehicles are basically run by software. Is the software embedded in each vehicle, or is the software in a cloud somewhere, which then communicates with the vehicle and tells the vehicle how to operate?
Right, so each company has a somewhat different model, so I think that best for those questions to answer directly. I don't know if you want to hear from Waymo on this panel in terms of how their software works specifically. Happy to yield to them.
Well, I guess it sort of relates to my next question to you is, if you're going to license me to drive, the vehicle basically is the licensee, is the driver. The person riding in the vehicle is no longer the driver. The vehicle is the driver. So if you're going to license me to drive, you check to make sure that I have learned how to drive properly. And you give me a test to make sure I've learned how to drive. So do you license each of these vehicles individually by getting into the vehicles and observing how the software is operating and or invading the software to make sure there's no glitch in the software and somebody hasn't hacked into the software? How is MVA going to license these these quote drivers, which are the vehicles.
Right. The software is the same for every vehicle, so no, there's not a need to individually, get in each of the vehicles and check them in that way. The software would be the same regardless if you were in, for example, a Waymo vehicle, so there would not be that need.
Then how would you ascertain or ensure that the software has not been corrupted in some way?
I mean, I think that software is in our vehicles today, frankly. There are operating systems in all newer vehicles.
But they're not autonomous.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying they're not autonomous. I'm operating my vehicle even though it has software in the vehicle.
No, it's true, but we know that any operating system, right, has to be maintained in order to be up to date with security standards and those kind of things. I know that's something that is followed very closely by the companies and something we would clearly monitor if there were issues. Generally, that's how any kind of operating system would come to light if there was a challenge to the technology.
Okay, maybe the fellow from Waymo, I'm sorry, I can't recall your name, could answer a question then.
Hi, it's Anthony Perez.
Thank you very much. So again, on this software issue, what I've always concerned about is hacking. You have seen a dystopian movie about all these cars just driving and crashing into each other because obviously the software has been corrupted through hacking in some way. So is the software in your cars in each car, or is the software somewhere else up in the cloud, which then communicates with each car?
The answer is yes. The software is in the car, in the computer that's based in the car itself. And so that system is part of the autonomous driving system where the ADS is completing the full dynamic driving task. That's what's driving the vehicle. Right. There is remote assist, but that's not the actual car. The car's still driving itself at all times.
Okay. So, and we talked about that earlier, I think, in my office. My concern about hacking. If it were in the cloud, I'd be really concerned that somebody could somehow hack into the cloud and then control cars all over the country and have them do dangerous things. But if the software is in each car, then each car is independent of the other cars. Am I correct? The software in one car doesn't communicate. If somebody can figure out how to hack into my car, they would not simultaneously be hacking into another car on the road.
That's right. The computer in the car is driving the car itself. Independent, I think it's different in the sense that they're still talking to each other. So when one car has an experience like an edge case and learn something from it, all the cars will learn from that experience as well. But each car is still driving itself and making decisions by itself.
Okay. Next question. We talked about roads that don't have stripes, sides. I'm thinking of farmers' roads out in the agricultural area where the farmhouse might be 1.5 miles down a dirt road. Are these cars capable of traversing 1.5 miles on a dirt road where there are no markings at all to get to deliver the farmer to his or her house?
Sure. So we're operating now in 10 cities that are all very different from each other. We started in Phoenix, which is more of a suburban sprawl. We're also in San Francisco. We're also testing as we speak in New York City, in Boston, in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, and in Baltimore. Right. And all those cities are different. They also have historic streets, particularly in the Northeast. In terms of where our cars will navigate through, that's part of the operational design domain, which is part of our application to the MVA, where we would say this is the particular area where our cars will navigate through. And we can also create areas where our cars can avoid if needed. For example, if there is, in San Francisco, there was a Super Bowl, and there were many roads that were closed because of events. We knew to not have the cars go to certain roads where the cars could not navigate. So we can do that dynamically, but that's dominated as part of the ODD, the operating design domain. And yes, our vehicles can navigate through different types of roads under different conditions.
I want to make sure we get to all the questions. So Senator West, do you have?
I got one or two more.
Okay. I know Senator McKay has some questions as well, as do I.
Okay. Do we have a time limit? No, I'm just encouraging us. Okay, to move along. I got you. Okay. Accident fraud. There have been, it's not unusual for someone to fake an accident or claim an accident occurred. And then, but in those cases, you have actual drivers in the cars. And you have two witnesses, the car that got hit and the car that did the hitting. In this case, you could have only one witness in the car that allegedly got hit. So the car could have been smashed into a tree, and all of a sudden the person is claiming one of these Waymo cars hit my car. How are we going to prevent accident fraud in that situation? If there's only one witness there and that witness is the person who's making a claim for personal injuries.
Sure, Senator. Thank you for the question. And actually, if you think about the Jaguar I-Pace vehicle that was just parked outside, that car has 29 cameras around it. It has 6 radar sensors and 5 LiDAR sensors. So with that suite of cameras and sensors, the car can see and hear 3 football fields of distance, 360 degrees around the car. So actually, there are multiple witnesses. There's a lot of cameras that know exactly what happened, when it happened, and how it happened.
Do the cars maintain the film, the video of?
We can revert back to check out the camera to see exactly what happened, when it happened, and how it happened.
Okay. Okay, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McKay, and then I have some questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Administrator Neiser, please. So with this bill, it looks like we're moving ahead federal safety standards and authorizing fully driverless operations. Does that have any risk for the state of Maryland, do you see?
So certainly, the federal government has looked at doing something on a nationwide basis. There has been work certainly at NHTSA on automated vehicles. There has been no overarching legislation at the federal level. It continues to be considered, but in absence of that, states have stepped up and obviously adopted legislation that addresses the ability for these vehicles to be able to operate as the technology continues to develop. So we do think it's appropriate, and we know that the technology is going to continue to move forward and get better, but we do think that the benefits of safety that can come into play, as we know human behavior leads to over 90% of crashes and fatalities, that the benefit is worth moving forward in a constructive, regulated way.
So we just recently had a bill that had talked about making sure that all of these computer monitors are calibrated and they are correct. In a case scenario that I'm going to give you, you had talked about educating the Maryland drivers and that kind of stuff. Not that you're going to have the answer to this, but I don't know how you answer this question. So you have an autonomous vehicle, it's snow conditions, it somehow comes in contact with your vehicle. It could have been not calibrated correct, I don't know, whatever. How would you educate other Maryland drivers to be able to track down that vehicle that has now hit you? I use a good example is traveling from Cumberland on 68, tractor trailers who do a wonderful, wonderful job, but in those snow conditions that we have, there are times where they have no idea that they have come in contact with your vehicle. I had to follow someone 6 miles to be able to pull over. I actually was able to make a phone call. I was calling, I think it was Texas. They got a hold of the driver and said, hey, there's a guy that's behind you, yada, yada, yada. So my question is, from an educating of Maryland drivers, have you thought about how we handle that? And you may not have the answer right now, but I think I think that's important, because it's one thing where you can identify who that driver was when there isn't somebody at the helm.
Right. I think it is a good question, and there's so many different scenarios like that will be slightly different, frankly, when there's no driver there. But there is still an owner of a vehicle. There is still a vehicle tag on that vehicle. That information is in the system that law enforcement authorizes. And so we know, what do we recommend to people today if they've been in a crash, someone doesn't stay at the scene, maybe because they didn't realize that they struck the other vehicle. Our state highway administration, our transportation authority, and law enforcement have mechanisms that you can, in an emergency, reach out to them so you can get emergency assistance and then file a report. Obviously, at times, it's safer than others to be able to give that tag information, but we always recommend the driver do what's safe to do, especially in a snowy situation as you described on that roadway. But I think there are existing scenarios like that. They might be tweaked slightly, and I think it's not only an education of the drivers, it's an education of law enforcement, our first responders, really talking about this collaboratively, which is why I feel like 10 years of the CAV working group provided a foundation for where we are today. And now this bill proposes the next step for the legislature to help us move forward. It's not going to happen on day one. Our educational efforts will continue. There are national groups working to educate the population about automated vehicle technology, as well as those ADAS features that we talked about. So I don't think we're in this alone, but I do think we take seriously that the state has an important role to play.
Cool. Thank you. I had 17 questions. I'm just going to go down to another one, okay?
What's that, last question?
Yeah, behind door number 1 is just one more question. Or behind door number 2 is 17 questions. Which one would you like, sir? Oh, okay, excellent. May I speak to the sponsor, please?
I choose door number 1, please.
So, I want to thank you for addressing the issue that labor has. And in one of the testimonies, they talked about that the transportation sector generates $4.6 billion in wages and pays $276 million in income taxes annually. So I just want to stress the importance of having labor at the table. A lot of times these cars are available. I know that we're talking about taxis and that kind of stuff, but as we go into autonomous vehicles in the future, those who can afford those cars are the ones that are going to have the benefit of those cars. And I tend to believe that a lot of these wages that we're talking about, we need to make sure that the working class is not negatively impacted as this bill goes forward. So that's number 1. You did, oh yeah, I said number 1, so.
Oh, you're going down door number 2.
Well, as a funny little joke, I think. So when I'm driving with my bride, she basically does everything. She just allows me to hold on to the steering wheel. And so my question is, and maybe for you, Mr. How can we have the balance of the good relationship that my wife and I have when we're riding in one of your cars, sir?
Do whatever she says.
Thank you very much.
Sage advice. All right.
Looks like it.
All right. Further questions from the committee?
Mr. Vice Chair? I think you're on.
I do have questions. Is that?
Yeah.
My questions are for Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez, as you're coming up, I'll repeat what I said during the briefing, which is I've only had like 3 magical experiences with technology. I'm going to date myself, but the first time I used Netscape in middle school, I was like, whoa, this is incredible. The first time I used ChatGPT, and the first time I was in one of your vehicles. When technology is sufficiently advanced, it does feel like magic. And I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, but I have some questions that go back to our briefing. During the briefing, you indicated that some of the remote operators are internationally based, but were unable to answer where internationally they were based, and you provided us with written indication later that they were in the Philippines. Are you familiar with, so your CEO testified on the Hill, Senator Markey had some questions about this. Are you familiar with that line of questioning?
Yes, and we also responded to that line of questioning with a letter, and then actually published that online, and a link to that in the response that we submitted as the Senate briefing.
So your CEO similarly indicated that the remote operators are internationally, and then upon pressing by Senator Markey, indicated that they're in the Philippines. There seems to be a reticence that I am misunderstanding. I don't understand. You weren't able to identify it. You later did it in paper. Your CEO seemed reticent to answer the question. Only when pressed did he indicate that they were in the Philippines. The Philippines has 100 million people, about a third of the size of the United States. No indication about where in the Philippines these remote operators are. Can you tell us why there appears to be a reticence to discuss that your remote operators are international, why there seems to be a reticence to indicate that they're in Philippines, why there seems to be a reticence about where in the Philippines they are located? tell me what's going on, because I'm not understanding it.
Sure. So I think part of that, Senator, is that there's a bit of nuance to the question. You know, when we talk about, for example, rider support, if you're in the back of a vehicle, like for example, I mentioned last time when there was a woman who was having a baby in the back of the car and she needed help, you can press a button on the screen and a human will speak to you and support and help you and make sure and see if you need help or you're okay. That's rider support. If the car is involved in a crash, that's when our emergency response team comes in and can speak directly to a law enforcement officer or to make sure that we're coordinated with first responders and emergency response. Both those teams are all based in the United States, and that's the bulk of our team. A smaller segment of that rider support is remote assist, and that's the few people that are, some of them are based in the Philippines, only about half of them. There's about 70 of them in total, and that also is because we're also scaling at a quick speed. I mentioned also that we're a global company. We're also testing vehicles in London and in Tokyo, and those are just two of the first cities internationally that we're also starting to operate in. So as we continue to scale and grow, we'll have to continue to have redundancy across our global footprint. And that's why I think the information is evolving as we scale faster. And the other part is that most of that assistant staff is based here in the United States.
Just a couple of follow-ups. Where in the Philippines are these folks located?
I personally don't have an exact location, but I'm happy to follow up with you with that.
Okay. And so you and I have communicated by email, and your lobbyist and I have communicated by email. I'm curious what these remote operators do. You seem to indicate that they are not piloting the vehicle. They're making decisions, very human decisions when the vehicle does not know which decisions to make. What I requested was a video of these folks in the Philippines making these decisions, seeing what they see so we understand what decision-making questions they're being asked, how they effectuate those decisions. Is that a video you can provide to us?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I was not able to locate a particularly readily available video or photo of the actual process, but I would like to follow something to give you a visual cue of how it works. And as I mentioned at the briefing and in the follow-up submission, this is remote assist. So what they're doing is the car itself is navigating the car at all times. The car itself is requesting additional assistance. The car receives some answers in a multiple choice kind of way, like a yes or no, is it safe to proceed or not? And then the car again decides whether to accept or to reject that information.
No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the explanation, but I think a video of that occurring could really help us understand what is happening in those circumstances.
Understood,
so
Senator.
I appreciate that you are a global company with vehicles everywhere. But if a vehicle, a Waymo vehicle that I'm in, like the one that was outside, needed human assistance, is there a chance that they would reach someone in the Philippines? If 50% of them are in the Philippines, is there a 50% chance that they would reach someone in the Philippines? Are American cars being asked to have human decisions made in the Philippines?
The riders in the back seat are interacting with staff that are based in the United States, the rider support and emergency response teams.
No, I got that.
Yeah, the car is the one that's communicating with staff that may be in the Philippines, depending on the incident.
Okay, so there's about a 13-hour time difference between the United States and the Philippines. And so we started this hearing at 1 p.m. That means it's 2 a.m. in the Philippines. And so is that person is working overnight? Like, it seems to me an odd choice and perhaps an unsafe one to have people in the dead of night, perhaps on very low sleep, making operator decisions in what could be emergencies during the daytime in the United States.
Sure. So it's purposely designed to have redundancy so that you might get someone here in the United States, depending on the time. You might get someone in the Philippines if it's 3 or 4 in the morning. But most of the time, you'll get someone here that's available to respond to you. And again, when you ask for support in the car, you're speaking to someone that's U.S.-based for rider support and for emergency response. And I would also like to add that in terms of the distance and the timing, the response is translated in 250 milliseconds, which is about the length of time it takes you to blink your eye.
No, my question, my concern is not about the time of response between the input and the vehicle. My question is about the safety of having someone in the dead of night making safety decisions with an American in the back seat of the vehicle. Yeah. So I think, if it's okay with you, I think I want to give the time back to the committee. I think here are the do-outs. Where in the Philippines are they located? Can we obtain video of what their setup is so we understand what decisions making they are doing? And then, well, I think that's it. Those are really the 2 pieces of information that I'd love to see.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you all very much. All right, we'll move on to the next panel signed up in support. John Sang. Okay. Kate Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Proceed?
Yes,
Great.
please.
Good afternoon, good evening, early evening, Chair Smith, Chair Waldstreicher, and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Yes, John Sang here, representing Safe Roads, Maryland. Our sole commitment is to do what we can to advocate for reducing roadway deaths in Maryland to zero. We do appreciate and thank Senator Love and the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward, and Administrator Neiser for her support from Maryland Motor Vehicles. Consider the town of Denton, Maryland, population more than 5,000. That's the same number of Marylanders who've been killed on our roads over the past decade. Behind every one of those numbers is a family, a friend, a life permanently altered. My comments for the next 60 seconds or so focus on the macro. It's been very interesting to hear about all these questions with the technology and things like that, but I think 5,000 is a pretty big number, a pretty macro number. So what steps are we taking to move that number down to zero? Maryland spends tens of millions in years designing and constructing safer roads, intersections, and crosswalks. Those efforts save lives, yes, they do, but we cannot rebuild every dangerous roadway fast enough to reach the zero goal. Autonomous vehicle technology offers something radically different, replacement of the single biggest risk in a vehicle on our roads, the human driver. I think a positive angle I'd like to state for the record here is that for the first time, the state of Maryland has the opportunity to see a stellar example of ideal safe driving compared to the 4.8 million drivers we've talked about earlier in this hearing. So we're very excited about this. If the situation were reversed, if we had only autonomous driving in the state of Maryland and somebody had the idea, hey, let's introduce human drivers behind the wheel of these vehicles, we'd say you must be out of your minds to risk humans behind the wheel of a car. Thank you, and we appreciate your support for SB 909.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, esteemed committee, Brianna January with Chamber of Progress, a center-left tech trade association, in strong support of SB 909. And we thank the bill sponsor for her leadership in bringing this forward. AVs have the potential to transform safety for Marylanders everywhere. AVs, unlike human drivers, do not drive impaired. They do not drive distracted, and they do not drive sleepy or unengaged. And Mr. Vice Chair, I appreciated your question, but maybe a better one to ask ourselves is why we're allowing Marylanders to drive at 3 a.m. when we're notoriously bad drivers. But I say that as a lifelong Marylander myself, between 2019 and 2023, nearly 2,900 Marylanders lost their lives to human driving, and nearly 209,000 people were injured seriously. Research shows that at least 90% of car crashes are caused by human error. AVs take away that human component. If that reduction translates to Maryland, large-scale AV adoption could prevent over 2,570 deaths and nearly 188,000 injuries in just the next 5 years. Imagine what that means for every day, but also what it means for Ravens games, Orioles games, tailgates, college campuses like College Park where I live, and also for things like Ocean City during the summer or the many festivals and concerts that we host as a state. Committee, imagine if policymakers decades ago did not adopt the safety innovations of seatbelts or proper car seats. You aren't authorizing tech with SB 609, you're authorizing proven safety measures. Each one of you here has the chance to decisively improve safety in your communities and for each one of your constituents and voters. As a lifelong Marylander myself, I hope that you'll take that opportunity. And again, there were great questions, but I will just also note that Maryland is far from the first here. I love when we're the first on innovative things like this, but we'd be far from the first. All of these questions have been answered through regulatory and legislative processes all over the country, and we stand ready to help this committee and legislature. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee,
My name is Katie Timmons, and I'm counsel to the Autonomous Vehicle Industry Association, known as AVIA, which is deploying AVs across the country. AVIA strongly supports SB 909, which would create a clear legal framework for AV operations and allow Maryland to join the majority of states that expressly authorize AV deployment. As someone who was born and raised on the Eastern Shore, and my family also reside there, I'm particularly excited about the possibility of AVs coming to Maryland. AVs represent one of the most significant transportation innovations in decades. Human error, as you've heard today, contributes to the overwhelming majority of traffic crashes, contributing to about 40,000 traffic fatalities each year nationwide. AVs are designed to address the risk caused by human behavior by removing human error from the driving task. Unlike humans, AVs do not speed, they do not text, they do not get tired, and this transformative technology is here to support safety today. AVIA members have driven hundreds of millions of miles autonomously across the US and have built a significant safety record that's supported by data that is both collected and published by the federal government. Beyond improving safety, AVs will offer meaningful benefits to Marylanders. They can expand mobility for individuals with disabilities, seniors, and those who cannot drive. They can help us deliver goods, and they can improve access to jobs, education, and more, particularly in rural and underserved communities. However, a framework that allows for driverless AV deployment is necessary to realize these benefits. We support SB 909 so that Maryland can advance roadway safety and foster innovation. We encourage Maryland to join the 26 other states that have adopted similar laws and that are seeing the benefits of AVs today. The question for the committee is not whether or even when AVs will become part of our transportation system. This is happening across the country. The question is whether Maryland will be a leader or if it will remain on the sidelines as the technology moves forward. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 909. My name is Jesse Sherrick, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the National Federation of the Blind, headquartered in Baltimore, Maryland. Reliable transportation remains one of the greatest barriers for blind residents across our state, because we cannot drive independently. We rely on paratransit, public transit, rideshare services, and on support from friends and family members. These options are often limited, often unreliable, or outright discriminatory. Nationally, 62% of blind working-age adults are unemployed or drastically underemployed. Transportation barriers play a major role in that statistic. I have personally faced taxis refusing me service, rides arriving late, and even losing work because a bus driver failed to call out my bus stop, leaving me stranded 2 hours late for work. My wife, Sherry, is also blind, and she uses a guide dog named Nikon, her 6th guide dog and partner she relies on every single day. Yet we experience rideshare denials regularly, drivers canceling instantly, drivers ignoring us, or arguing loudly about her dog, despite the law. One driver even called 911 on speakerphone rather than transport a lawful service animal while we were heading to a necessary medical procedure. These are a few reasons why we support SB 909. Autonomous vehicles offer reliable transportation, free from discrimination, free from judgment, and free from human bias. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. We have one more panelist signed up. Is Andrew Zirkle here? Okay, we have a few more people joining us virtually who are in favor. We're going to go to Robert Melvin. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Robert Melvin. My name is, I am the Northeast Regional Director at the R Street Institute, and we support Senate Bill 909. This measure establishes a clear statewide framework for AV deployment, Importantly, it modernizes Maryland law by exempting vehicles designed exclusively for AV operation with a lot of these outdated equipment requirements that were written for human drivers, such as manual controls. That allows these vehicle designs to evolve around safer purpose-built systems rather than being constrained by assumptions from the human driver era. Also, the bill internalizes risk through private insurance market by setting minimum coverage requirements when automated systems are engaged. Insurers effectively serve as ongoing safety evaluators. They analyze performance data, price risk accordingly, and reward safer systems with lower premiums while charging more for poor outcomes. That market feedback loop creates continuous incentives to improve safety without relying solely on prescriptive design mandates. Considering that Maryland ranks 44th nationally in traffic congestion and gridlock cost drivers between $638 and $2,183 per year, depending on the location, autonomous vehicles can and have been shown in studies to smooth traffic flow, reduce stop-and-go conditions, and lower fuel consumption, helping ease congestion and reduce those costs. So this measure helps modernize Maryland statutes, strengthen safety incentives, and address the real financial burden Maryland drivers face. We respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Timmons, I believe you're next. Nope, I'm sorry. Ms. Durkin.
Good evening, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a tech trade association. Thank you for allowing us to share our support today of Senate Bill 909. I submitted written remarks which largely echo what prior proponents have said on the bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. I see Senator Henson has a question. Senator Henson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Ms. Timmons. Thank you. I appreciate that you're here for your testimony and for questions as well. We had some testimony in the bill folder from the Trial Lawyers Association, and they raised some interesting points about liability. One, they talked about the fact that there's not a driver in the vehicle and that insurance law is based on a person's liability to another person. And when the operator is the vehicle, that you get into the area of products liability, and it goes outside of what we've set up in our regulatory scheme for an insurance claim and the way that people know how to file a claim and the way you walk that through, and that products liability is a much lengthier and more protracted process where it's not as well worn as a regular typical insurance claim. Could you help me understand kind of those differences and how that's being handled in other states?
Sure. I think as an initial matter, what I would say is what we see in the bill is similar to what we see in every state AV law across the country, which is to say that when it comes to liability, there is no deviation from the existing framework that we have in place today for all vehicles. We do have language in the bill that speaks to the automated driving system being the operator of the vehicle, which we think helps provide some clarity in terms of who is operating the vehicle, which of course helps with questions about liability. In terms of the question of, how are we applying liability frameworks, what we have seen is that we've had new vehicle technologies on the road for decades. We continue, as we heard earlier today in committee, there's so much software on our vehicles today. We think AVs are a way that, there's certainly more software on the vehicle, but we think that the existing liability framework that we have in place today, it works well for vehicles like AVs, and it has worked well across the country. And that's in part because it needs to be a fact-based inquiry. You could think about an AV being involved in an accident. If that were to occur, the fault could be attributed to the automated driving system, which may be addressed under product liability. Depending on the state, some states handle that a little bit differently. It could also be the fault of some equipment in the vehicle that is entirely unrelated to the automated driving system. So for instance, like a tire could blow out, and that could have caused the incident. You could also have the other humans on the road that caused the incident. So all that to say is it can be complicated, and that's why we need the existing tort framework to be applied to AVs, which it has successfully been applied to AVs across the country.
Thank you for sharing that. That was going to be my next question. Because I think what they're saying is that kind of no matter what we write into the law, that the courts are going to interpret it, that it becomes a product's liability because there is no person-to-person, I owe you a duty, and so you can sue me for a tort because there's no person-to-person. But what I heard you say is that these have been litigated in other states. They have. And are in other states. Are they not having to default to products liability?
I would say, so obviously tort law varies by state. I'm not a Maryland lawyer, and I'm not familiar with the specifics of how tort law functions in Maryland. My understanding of how these cases have been resolved across the country is that different standards may apply depending on the unique facts of the case. I would also note that 95% of automobile accidents are settled, so they're not needing to go before a judge. That's just, how we typically resolve cases in the US for better or for worse. And there have been, with the few incidents that have involved AVs, like true level 4 AVs, those have resulted in, I believe, settlements. There has been some litigation involving lower levels of autonomy, but there have been actually very few incidents that have involved truly autonomous vehicles like this bill addresses, if that helps provide some context.
Thank you. One of the things that it touches on as well is the user agreements, that in order to get into one of these vehicles, when you tap yes on your phone, you're going to waive certain rights. And one of those things is agreeing to binding arbitration so that these cases are kept out of court. You have a high fee in order to even access litigation with arbitration. The filing fee can be $1,500. You have to submit to arbitration in North Carolina to be able to recover your claim. And then you are, stuck with whatever the outcome is in arbitration. You have indemnity clauses. You have a number of things that just make recovering from your injuries is much more difficult than what we've designed for in a regular, accident auto liability claim. Are you familiar with some of these sorts of user agreements, and can you walk us through what the average customer is agreeing to when they get into a vehicle and are getting in for the ride?
Sure. I'm not familiar with the specific user agreements that different companies have in place.
I appreciate your candor.
Of course.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
But I'm happy to provide a little bit of context because it's an issue that we've been talking about in other states as well. I think a thing that's helpful to remember when we think about AVs, we're primarily talking about robotaxis today. There are other use cases where there isn't a user agreement because there's no user interface. When we're thinking about robotaxis, though, we have TNCs that are operating. Today I think many people use ride-hail services.
What's a TNC?
A TNC is a transportation network company, like an Uber or a Lyft. Those are pretty pervasive in society today. When we're thinking about a robotaxi, they're operating basically the same way as a TNC would operate, and they would be regulated under TNC standards as well. So if there's existing law in Maryland that, for example, would preclude the use of certain arbitration provisions in that context, those would apply in the AV context as well. But our industry's perspective is that AVs should be judged on their use case rather than being viewed differently because there's a new type of technology.
You're saying this bill says that whatever happens with ride shares in terms of liability and restrictions, that's what this bill says happens?
What I'm saying is that the bill clarifies that in an AV that is operating as in that type of business model, that it is subject to existing legal requirements for other types of traditional vehicles that are operated that way. So I'm not familiar with the Maryland TNC law.
Would you follow up offline and just point that out to me in the bill?
Yeah.
I didn't see that, but it is 5:30.
I'm happy to.
So
Yes,
thank you.
of
I
course.
appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I authored Maryland's TNC law when I was a delegate with then junior Senator Bill Ferguson. So, yeah, small world. Okay, well, any other questions for this panel or these witnesses? All right, here's who I have left in the straight favorable. Has Andrew Zirkle testified? Okay. Mr. Chair, yeah. Okay, understood. Okay, well, that completes the straight favorable testimony. We'll now move to favorable with amendment, taking in-person testimony first. So just please come up when you hear your name. William Crest, David Muncy, India Herdman, Joshua Fisher. whomever would like to go first.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, Bill Kress won't be here today. We weren't sure which one of us would be available. So I'm here, Josh Fisher, with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. The Alliance is a trade group which represents the automakers that produce about 90% of all the light-duty passenger vehicles sold in the U.S. each year. I want to start with why this is important and where we're coming from this, and it's safety. Safety is a top priority. And as you've heard, while the cars today are the most safest they've ever been, highway fatalities continue to remain at alarmingly high levels, close to 40,000 people a year. We are killing ourselves on the road. And in Maryland, it was about 480 deaths last year. The evidence is overwhelming. It's driver behavior, impairment, speeding, and reckless driving. Look at the Maryland numbers. 94 fatalities from speed, 33 from aggressive driving, 10 from distracted driving, 167 from impaired driving. So over 300 of the fatalities last year are just from 4 human factors. And beyond safety, this is a matter of Maryland's competitiveness economically. The automotive industry is currently in a global race. Washington, D.C. and other states are already moving on this issue, and international competitors like China are aggressively getting conditions in place to dominate this technology. Vehicle development isn't an overnight process. It's a multi-year cycle involving thousands of suppliers. When automakers look to decide where to invest their capital and where to build new supply chains, they're looking for regulatory certainty. If Maryland remains a question mark on the map, that investment, those jobs, and that innovation will go elsewhere. The technology is not going anywhere. It's just a matter if Maryland's going to be open to it. Senate Bill 909 tells the industry that Maryland is ready to be a hub for a future of mobility. So we have a chance to make Maryland's transportation system cleaner, smarter, and safer, most importantly, for those who need these options the most. We'd urge a favorable report with some amendments. We mentioned level 3 technology in our testimony, so if you have a question, happy to address that. But again, with the right amendments, we'd request a favorable report. Thank you. Stand for any questions, or panel first.
Good afternoon. Vice Chair Waldstreicher, members of the committee, thank you for having me. My name is David Muncie, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association for Justice, which is the group that represents Marylanders who are injured by the negligence of another. We are supporting this bill for the idea behind it. We think it's a very important issue, and we thank you for bringing it. But it has a serious flaw, in our opinion, which is the definition of a driver in the bill. The definition of a driver in the bill, to your concerns, Senator Henson, does not allow for a traditional negligence lawsuit to be brought if one of these vehicles causes a crash and causes injury. The definition is the hardware and software that are collectively capable of performing the entire dynamic driving task. That is not a legal entity that a case can be brought against. So we're only going to be able to bring products liability cases, which are so prohibitively expensive, they would preclude bringing a case in the vast, vast majority of times if an autonomous vehicle, causes an injury. So the driver needs to be defined as a legal entity that is capable of having a claim brought against them, being sued for negligence, so we can avoid the product's liability litigation. We can bring a standard negligence lawsuit against the autonomous vehicle operator, and that way an injured victim has a chance of recovery, which I do not see as being viable the way the law is currently written. The Virginia law defines this as the autonomous operation certificate holder is responsible for the safe operation of such fully autonomous vehicle. That's a good start. I think it could be better defined and actually go further to make it crystal clear how that's going to work. I would also, to your concern, Senator Henson, advocate for the same provision that's in the Virginia law, which would prohibit mandatory or forced arbitration. That's in the Virginia law as well. That would be in the user agreement for anyone using one of these services, that they would be forced to arbitrate their case. And we would ask for that to be included as well. And we also have some thoughts on the liability limits, which are $1 million. We think they should be a minimum of $5 million for use when the autonomous vehicle is in service. So with those amendments, we could support this bill, and we'd be happy to be part of the discussion going forward. Thank you.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is India Herdman. I lead autonomous vehicle policy for Tesla. I'm also a constituent of Senator Love, so it's pretty cool to be here in support of your bill. As you all know, Tesla designs and manufactures electric vehicles, battery systems, and advanced driver assistance and autonomous vehicles. We are a proud American manufacturer with over 100,000 U.S. employees and growing every day. Tesla believes that AVs are the future, and we work every day to lead the transition to safer, more sustainable, and affordable transportation for Americans. The U.S. is unfortunately experiencing what the U.S. Department of Transportation has called a national crisis on our roads, where unfortunately 40,000 people die every year. And unfortunately, we're at the crossroads where we either accept that as a country and as states, or we do something about it. And with the advent of cell phones and all of the distractions that our drivers have today, unfortunately, eliminating the driver is really the only viable option to save these lives. At Tesla, our vision is a future where AVs eliminate human error altogether, and we work tirelessly every day to deliver that. We think that this bill creates a great job opportunity, job market for Maryland. For example, we're launched doing level 4 autonomous operations in Texas right now since June, and we've had to hire 5,000 people since June to service our robo-taxi network. We're really looking forward to working with states that are wanting to work with us and partner with us to enter their markets. We really hope that we can get this over the finish line with you all as well. In terms of accessibility, you've heard from a lot of our friends today. We think that is probably the most important use case for autonomous vehicles. We're actively in research and development for a purpose-built autonomous vehicle, which would allow wheelchair users to hail accessible transportation by themselves from their smartphone, and look forward to continuing those conversations with our disability partners. We respectfully remove, however, the ability to revoke the licensure to sell vehicles should there be a violation of the AV suite that only disproportionately targets Tesla, since we are the only AV company that does sell directly to consumers. So thank you so much, and we really appreciate it.
Questions for this panel? All right, seeing no questions, thank you so much for being here. Just for the record, we had Mr. Hinkle signed up on behalf of MHA. Mr. Hinkle is not with us today. The last testimony favorable with amendment is Mr. Mukunda. Is Mr. Mukunda here? Mr. Mukunda, you are up.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank this committee and the sponsor for their incredible work on this legislation. This is a really important matter, and I think a lot of thought has gone into it. I'm going to keep it very simple. This is something that taxi drivers, rideshare drivers, and truck drivers need to be at the table for, and they haven't been. The truckers are here today. That's great. They should have been involved in the process earlier. Rideshare drivers are not unionized. So when we talk about getting labor involved, unfortunately, rideshare drivers are 60% immigrants. In some cities, 90% immigrants. With everything that's going on, we need to make sure we're looking out for them. And most of them are contractors. So they're not in organized unions. These are some of the most vulnerable people in our state. And this legislation is the beginning. It is the beginning of a series of automation and AI issues that we are going to face over the next decade. How we respond to this issue is going to set a precedent. Are we actually going to make sure that those who are voiceless are at the table? Are we actually going to make sure that those who are voiceless are being invested in? These companies are here to testify, and they want this. They want it because they stand to make a lot of money. I want Maryland to be an innovation leader. I want us to be an amazing state, but we're not using our bargaining power in this legislation. We should make sure that those call centers are not in the Philippines, they're in Maryland. If they want licenses to operate their AVs in our state, bring those jobs here. Hope is not a strategy. We need a guarantee. So I would urge us to look at how much we're going to charge for permitting, make sure we're investing in our workforce, make sure we're investing in our most vulnerable. Let's have a ribbon cutting. Let's show that these jobs are coming to Maryland. Let's show that we've built retraining centers for our truckers, for our rideshare drivers. We need to make sure that's happening. The framework, all of that is great. We want to be an innovation leader. This is a good start. Let's amend it and make it better. Thank you.
With some of your testimony, it's kind of leading me to believe that you don't believe that the people that you're trying to activate don't have a voice down here. You are aware that you have a very large voice down here. Do you want to change your testimony at all, or
You're talking about rideshare drivers, sir?
I'm just talking about rideshare. I'm talking about immigrant communities. I mean, each and every day in this General Assembly, we have testimony upon testimony of organizations that are looking out for who you say are not being at the table. I know it was not a personal slight towards the senator by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, I sit to the right of this young lady, and she is ultimately worried about the silent voice. And this General Assembly, every single day, looks out for the silent voice. And so maybe I misread what you were trying to say or misheard, but please know that those who are marginalized, those who may have a smaller voice, and around this, we don't listen to the big companies. We listen to the little people more so than anything else, and I'm very proud that we do that.
I absolutely believe that, and that's why I'm here as well. Is because, you know, I think it's very clear that everyone on this committee cares, including our sponsor, cares deeply about making Maryland an innovation leader and cares deeply about working people. I didn't mean to impugn anyone's reputation by saying that.
Excellent. Thank you for your testimony. Further questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much. All right. So with that, we're on the unfavorable panel, is that right? All right, so we'll switch over to our opposition panel. We'll hear from Brian Weibel, Thomas Doyle, Albert York, and Keith Anderson.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Smith, members of the committee. My name is Thomas Doyle. I serve as the State Program Director for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. I want to thank you all for holding today's hearing on this critically important piece of legislation that will have a tremendous impact on the lives of our members. More than 15,000 Teamsters live, work, and raise their families here in the state of Maryland, including many thousands who drive a vehicle for a living. Our members have dedicated years of their lives to obtaining the proper licenses from the state. They've received extensive training that keeps themselves and the driving public safe. These Teamsters and all professional drivers are relevant stakeholders whose concerns need to be heard when we're examining this bill, and we're glad to have the chance to do so today. I want to be clear that the Teamsters do not oppose new technology that makes our roads safer. Our drivers have been trained to operate and adapted to work in vehicles that have lots of technology, electronic logging devices, automatic braking technology, speed limiters, and more. However, our concern is that this legislation is written in such a broad manner that it would allow any and all autonomous vehicles to begin operation on Maryland's public roadways. We believe that this time there are still far too many unanswered questions before we allow all autonomous vehicles to start operations on our roads. We need to ask ourselves these important questions. Do we really believe the technology is there, where a vehicle weighing as much as 80,000 pounds can operate on Maryland's roads? Do we really believe that there should not be a restriction in the legislation on the hauling and transportation of hazardous materials? Legislation makes reference to these fleet support specialists. Do we not believe that this person should be licensed to operate a vehicle in the state of Maryland, familiar with our roadways and familiar with the driving standards for this state, if they're going to be advising a vehicle that is on the roads in this state? Again, we want to just encourage you all to begin raising these questions and to continue raising the questions that have been raised with all of us, and we're happy to have our chance to speak with you today. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Other committee members, I appreciate the chance to speak. My name is Albert York. I am a 33-year commercial driver. 33 years, I have not had a reportable accident. I've never hurt anybody. Very proud of that. I've pulled people out of burning cars. I've saved lives as a trucker. You're not going to get that from an automated vehicle. Those ADAS issues we were talking about earlier, that's my job. I inspect those vehicles. I find out what's wrong with them after other people have worked on them. And when I'm driving and that ADAS system fails, I'm the one who catches it. I'm the one who corrects it. An automated vehicle is not going to catch that. It's not going to correct it. It doesn't know what's going on. It's the automation that wasn't properly calibrated. I pay taxes, I buy meals out, and all of that comes from these high-paying jobs that this bill will not protect, because eventually these corporations will just outsource us to automated vehicles. And they do not, the corporations do not care about us. You guys might, but they don't. And on top of that, and this all sounds like sunshines and daisies, they left out the 1,400 accidents Waymo had since 2021 to 2025, which they claim none of them were their fault. Well, maybe so, but if I have 1,400 accidents in the last 4 years and none of them were my fault, Giant would still fire me, and they'd be right too. This technology is not ready for prime time. I strongly oppose it, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Keith Anderson, and I'm a member of the Teamsters Local 639. I'm a professional driver who operates a tractor trailer for United Parcel Service. As a UPS Teamsters, I am essential to keeping the economy of Maryland moving. As a driving professional, I'm required by law to hold a commercial driver's license. I have dedicated countless hours of my time going through extensive training to obtain a commercial driver's license, keeping not only myself, but the public safe on Maryland roads. Professional drivers like me do not operate on a closed track with no consequences. I drive on the same roads as your kids, your school buses, your parents driving to their doctor's appointments, with cyclists and pedestrians. I have been properly trained to do this safely. Further, when Teamsters like me operating on the roads, dangerous incidents can happen at any time. Blown tires, mechanical failures, and encounters with people who need help. People who are stranded, people who are having life-threatening medical emergencies, people who are elderly or disabled who have nobody else to give them a hand. These are all circumstances I am trained and experienced enough to resolve professionally, safely, and compassionately. Driverless cars and trucks cannot offer the same as the professional service that I do on a daily basis. This is not what innovation should look like. Innovation should not come at the cost of safety. For this reason, I urge you to oppose Senate Bill 909. Thank you.
Senators, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Brian Wyville with Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 689 and Local 1300. Part of the reason I'm here today is I just want to address some of the things that were brought up in the testimony by supporters of the bill and make sure that they kind of get the full attention they deserve. So first off, I want to be clear, with the economic incentives of the autonomous vehicle market, I think it's clear that the senator brought up the point that the private sale market for these vehicles is not going to be there for a little bit. What's going to first come is going to be replacing of the robo-taxis, the rideshare vehicles, and stuff like that. So what this bill unfortunately is going to end up doing is it's going to replace some of the most professional drivers out there just due to the economic incentives that companies have for this. What's going to happen is some of the most professional, experienced drivers, some of the safest drivers, because they cost these companies the most, they're going to be some of the first to go. And I think it's important that we recognize that as the transportation network companies and as the existing fleets transition over to autonomous vehicles, we're actually going to see, as the roads are going to be split into, if we believe the proponents of the bill, it's going to be some of the unsafest, least experienced drivers left on the road and autonomous vehicles. Those with the most experience are going to go. And next, I'd like to focus on the issue of the remote assistance in the Philippines. I do want to point out that even in Waymo's response letter, they actually pointed out that they are licensed drivers. They don't say they're Maryland licensed drivers. They don't say they're licensed drivers in the U.S. They are likely licensed drivers in the Philippines. To be clear, additionally, it was even mentioned in the testimony that for special events like the Super Bowl, they had to cordon off that area to prevent Waymos from going in there and causing issues. That does not sound like a technology that is ready for prime time. What about protests? What about First Amendment activity? What about large demonstrations or large events within the state of Maryland? Is the expectation going to be that we just cordon off those events and autonomous vehicles are prevented from operating there? That doesn't sound like technology ready for the moment.
Thank you all very much. Questions from the committee? Senator Henson.
And this question is for either of the gentlemen there. I think that what we've heard in the testimony is that I think the strongest reason on the proponent side is safety. And this committee, every day, we deal with the fallibility of human behavior. And that's what we're tasked with doing, is figure out what you do when humans don't do their best, is what we do. And what we're been asked to do here is to say that replace them with AI if they don't do their best when they're behind the wheel. And I think about, what if we took that approach when we said, okay, teachers in a classroom, sometimes they don't do their best. We have laws about what happened if they don't. So what if we chose to replace them with AI? Or police officers. We'd spend a lot of time as a General Assembly trying to figure out what to do if they don't do their best. So, if your profession could be replaced, then why not any of the others that we feel like are not the safest or not doing their best? So my question for you was, what would you do if you weren't doing this? If suddenly we passed this and companies had the opportunity to simply replace these jobs with AI, could you help us to understand, as a committee tasked with these decisions, what would that mean for you?
You're better to ask him. I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I left mechanical engineering because I don't like people. I can't be in an office all day long. So, it would be better to ask. I would go back to mechanical engineering.
Good to know.
Just as a parenthetical thought while you come up to the podium, that was, you gave some really compelling testimony earlier, but that was fantastic right there.
I do have a degree. I will probably go back into, I have a lecture. I went to Maryland University to get a degree, and I do know electronics, but this is what I enjoy doing the most. I'm a people's person. I interact with people. I drove a motor coach. He said obligated training. I was a tour guide. So I have other things that I have done and that I still do today that I truly enjoy doing. But this is what I enjoy doing, and this is how I survive.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To the last gentleman who spoke, you essentially said that if you could go up to the podium, please. Thank you. If we pass this legislation, that means the end of TNC drivers and some other drivers. That seems very similar to me from when we went from all cashiers to self-checkout or all tellers to ATMs. There is space for both. And are you aware that in all the other cities where these robo-taxis are operating, there are still taxi drivers, TNC drivers. They haven't been replaced. So it's not a zero-sum game. And I guess my question is, isn't that so?
And unfortunately, I would disagree that I don't believe it is so. If you ask UFCW Local 400, if you ask unions that represent clerks working in grocery stores, they can absolutely tell you there have been massive job losses from that technology. If you talk about some of the locations that have had this AV vehicles and stuff like that, they have seen, obviously it's not like overnight the entire industry changes, but it is a clear trend towards replacing human labor with robo-taxis. And hence why when I refer to industries like paratransit or stuff like that, we are genuinely concerned that over time, the economic incentives would take these experienced and professional drivers and replace them, because it is way cheaper to not have to pay a human being to do labor than it is to use technology like this.
So are you aware of the stats in all of the cities where robo-taxis are operating?
No, I do not have that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sidnor.
Mr. York, look, your last statement is driving me to ask this. Are you originally from Baltimore?
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute.
That's what I thought.
Yes, sir.
We were both on the same wrestling team.
Yes, we were.
I haven't seen him in forever, but when he made that statement, I said, that's York.
Yeah.
We had to talk after.
Okay.
Baltimore, man. All right. Senator James.
Gentlemen, I so appreciated all your testimony because everybody says it's been good, but it was very important to hear from you all. But I don't know if you can even answer this question, but I'm struggling with the whole idea if someone like me eventually would purchase or lease one of these vehicles, about what would be buried in the contract, whether we should allow for arbitration, which I don't agree with. But I am curious now about this. If the first wave is going to be what we call robo-taxis, you hire one of them, I guess, to come drive you somewhere. Are you all aware now whether people like me who would just have an app and just get it instead of an Uber, would I be unwittingly agreeing to give up enormous number of rights once I get into that vehicle? In terms, if you're driving, I will sue you and your company, that sort of thing. But are you aware, or even keeping up with whether that's sort of what's happening now, where they're getting a toehold, that whether we know it or not, they're unwittingly, have provisions buried in the fine print that, kind of preclude us from protecting ourselves in a normal court proceeding? And remember that arbitration could be held secret, which is also a problem for me, especially as we move forward with its technology, which I understand is coming. I know we will be incorporating it, but one thing that is good about a court system is the public can see what's happening with a business, a vehicle unsafe at any speed, if you're old enough or saw a documentary on the Pinto. That kind of accountability can only happen when you're not secreted away in arbitration. So if you don't know the answer to this, I should have asked it to the first panel, and I'll get them to follow up with me.
Right, and I think the senator was including the data privacy pieces to try and capture those kinds of concerns.
Can you speak up a little bit?
I think Senator Love, in including the data privacy pieces, was trying to capture some of those concerns.
Okay.
And we want you to raise those very same concerns to make sure those are being captured by what would be in a bill.
Right.
But I think with any purchase we make, what's in the fine print is what's going to define
Well, what I'm
that.
saying is right now, I think these vehicles are in a limited places, maybe San Francisco, maybe DC. They're out there, and I assume they're primarily sort of like an Uber type thing, or maybe they are buses. Maybe there is some mass transit going on. I just asked if you generally knew, and if you don't, that's fine, whether or not when a passenger gets into one of these vehicles, if implicit in the app's fine print, they've entered into all kinds of provisions that are like arbitration, binding arbitration, secretive proceedings that will not be made public. Are you aware of any of that?
We would have to take a look and see what kind of agreements a passenger gets into when they order these cars.
I don't know if I'm imposing on you all, but if you have some
well.
access to that, I would appreciate you getting back. All right, thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you all very much. All right. Do we have, Thomas Doyle, I know I called that name before, but that's right. Wyatt Vales, Denise Gilmore, and Elizabeth Bobo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Bobo, and I am the Legislative Director at the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to SB 909. I know a lot of points have already been made, so I don't want to belabor the fact, and I know you've been here a while, so I'll keep my remarks brief. But these vehicles are still being researched and studied around the country, even though they are being tested. Researchers and experts in the field are still unsure of whether they exceed human safety. There have been many real-world instances where autonomous vehicles have proven they are not ready for unsupervised operation. For example, in Austin, Texas, there were 20 incidents where AVs illegally passed stopped school buses with flashing lights. This endangered children on their way to school. Studies have also shown the elevated crash risks compared to human drivers, especially in low visibility conditions and with complex maneuvers. This is especially concerning given Baltimore City is a very complex area and environment to navigate through. Also, I believe it was mentioned that Maryland ranks 44th in the nation for traffic congestion, so that is also a major concern. And I'm going to use as an example the snowstorm that we had a couple weeks ago where it was very low visibility. You could barely see on the roads, even though the governor told everyone to stay off the roads, there were still some people on the roads. This is also a very big concern for us. It has also been brought up that autonomous vehicles have the ability to be detrimental to the transportation workforce. I want to say that nearly 3% of U.S. workers are employed in driving occupations, and national estimates project up to 5 million job losses due to AVs. Now, this will not happen overnight, but this will be projected to happen over time. Maryland's truck drivers, bus operators, taxi drivers, and other entry-level drivers who rely on this income to support their livelihoods face direct displacement, and SB 909 provides no transition plan, retraining, or worker protections. Maryland public roads should not be testing ground for unproven, unregulated technology, nor should workers be displaced by this technology. For these reasons, we strongly urge an unfavorable report on SB 909. Thank you.
All right, good evening. Denise Gilmore, here to represent AFSCME Council 3. We represent 55,000 public servants across Maryland's state agencies, including public schools and higher education institutions. Our membership includes thousands of highly skilled CDL drivers who safely transport our students to public schools each day across our university campuses, and they operate heavy equipment across our state, county, and toll roads. Much has been made about the lack of labor inclusion for Senate Bill 909. We appreciate Senator Love reaching out to labor immediately when she saw our opposition to this, and we appreciate the committee acknowledging that. We hope to be included. Certainly moving forward on this, look, it's a scary time in labor with everything happening with autonomous vehicles, with artificial intelligence. AFSCME takes the stance that we need to ensure that we at least make sure that we do workforce development alongside ensuring that we, make sure that we prevent worker displacement at the same time that we roll out this technology. We also want to make sure that we're holding these AV companies accountable and that there are strong statewide safety standards. We are currently working with other labor partners in the state of Missouri on legislation that prohibits and preempts like our local jurisdictions from regulating AVs separately. We do think that's important at a time when our federal government, quite frankly, is abdicating responsibility in this area. We want to make sure that we still have, strong safety standards across Maryland. And then I'd say, Washington State, we're working there too on a comprehensive legal framework too, where we're looking for liability. So we would look at those two states for examples, but I appreciate the committee's work on this. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you for holding this important meeting. My name is Wyatt Vales, and I have been a senior driver for Ruan Transportation for the last 18 years. I have 45 years total of driving big trucks. As a driver for Ruan, I complete deliveries between our warehouses and customers throughout Maryland and the Washington metro area. I'm very proud to play a critical role in our region's supply chain. The work that my colleagues and I do each day helps make sure that shelves are stocked in stores for Maryland's families, and I'm proud to make a living doing just that. As a Teamster member, I'm proud to have a career where I can provide and support for myself and my family and the other people around me. I want young people to have the same opportunity to make a living that I have had. I want them to play active roles in their community too. This is all possible because I'm a professional driver. Replacing my job with delivery with driverless vehicles would not only put Maryland's motorists at risk, but it threatens to undermine Maryland's middle class. Jobs like mine are the backbone of our state's middle class. I earn a fair wage. I have security in my retirement. I can provide for my family, and I am a proud contributor to the well-being of my community. That is what is at risk by destroying not just my career, but the careers of tens of thousands of other people like me throughout our state. And the people who stand in favor of destroying middle-class livelihoods through unchecked automation, they will have nothing to do to replace those jobs once they're gone. I respectfully ask that you please listen to our concerns and don't take opportunities away from me and the next generation of drivers. We need to protect good jobs in this state, not eliminate them. I strongly urge you to oppose SB 909. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vales. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you all very much. And with that, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the last witness signed up in opposition. And with that, that'll be the last witness of the bill and of the day. And our hearings are concluded. See you all tomorrow.